gruesome story leads off our newscast.
Milwaukee police found body parts in a north side apartment, and now they wonder if they've uncovered some kind of death factory.
You say in your book, Lionel, you say, I've come to believe that some of the compulsions that overwhelm my son may have had their origins in me.
The person to blame is sitting right across from you. That's the only person. Not parents, not society, not pornography. I mean, those are just excuses.
Years that the killing was in some type of ritualistic process, if you will.
The entire Dahmer family underwent a psychiatric evaluation. That Jeffrey and his brother told investigators they feared certain conduct by their father and that he should leave their home. And so,
at the same time, his father told authorities Dahmer had been abused by a neighbor boy at the age of 8.
Was Jeff sexually abused at any time?
No, never.
Was not abused by anyone in the home?
No.
Sexually?
No.
The scope of the crimes committed here are beyond Department 213, beyond Ohio, Illinois, and Wisconsin, and certainly beyond just one man, Jeffrey Dahmer. We will be discussing the facts of the case and in a way the birthing or manufacturing of the myth of the Milwaukee cannibal.
I've often wondered why I haven't had more dreams or nightmares about what I've done. For some reason, it's like it's blocked off from part of my mind.
May 21st, 1960, Jeffrey Dahmer was born into the world. For the past 9 months, he was being crafted in the bloodstream of a woman who was taking up to 26 prescription pills a day and suffered epileptic fits brought on by extreme sensory sensitivity that at times required direct injections to subdue. His father was a studying and later practicing chemist who would, only after Jeff's crimes had been committed, begin to question whether or not this extreme drug protocol may have affected Jeff's development in the womb. From Jeff's very conception, his mind may have been irreparably warped. Jeff would seem not to show it though, as he grew up an energetic and outgoing kid. He was born in Milwaukee, but quickly after he was born in 1962, his father would move he and his mother to Ames, Iowa, where Lionel would begin his study for his PhD. While living in Milwaukee, Lionel, Joyce, and Jeff all shared the same basement Jeff would later kill in. It is here in this move to Iowa that Jeff more than likely had his first memories. This could have been playing outside or roughhousing with his dad, but one memory has a higher probability than others to be his very first. In Iowa, it would seem Jeff was allergic to the place, as Lionel, who had moved the family on campus, would be going back and forth with Jeff to the clinic for seemingly endless infections Jeff had come down with, leading him time and again with a new round of injections. Several times during those years, he fell victim to various infections. Almost every week seemed to bring another round of illness. He often contracted ear and throat infections which would keep him crying through the night. Over and over he was taken to the university clinic for injections, and after a time, his little buttocks were covered with injection lumps, and he began to lash out at the nurses and doctors who labored to treat him. This unfortunately would not be the end of young Jeff's early medical intervention. that would leave any kid weary of the doctors. Jeff would begin to complain about a pain in his groin area, which was soon discovered to be a hernia. Lionel and Joyce were told that if this condition got any worse, the boy would need surgery. Right after Christmas in 1964, Jeff would have to be put under, alive, but unconscious, and operated on under the knife, much like his later victims, as it was found that not only did he have a hernia, but the condition had worsened to a double hernia. This, of course, would have a profound effect on Jeff's child mind. This once outgoing and exploratory kid was now introverted and would stare blankly into space. His exploration turned from the world without to the world within. His father would remember of this time. He seemed to grow more inward, sitting quietly for long periods, hardly stirring, his face oddly motionless. Jeff had always showed a love for living creatures. After his surgery, though, and the discovery of the living world within that made everything work, Jeff's love turned to fascination, one that he would not act on right away, but nonetheless planted itself deeply in his mind. Jeff would become increasingly shy, which was made all the worse when the place he had known since his earliest memories would no longer be his home, and all the friends he had made he would never see again. After completing his PhD, Lionel would move the family to Akron and later Bath Township, Ohio, where he would begin to work for PPG Industries, a paint company that he would be employed for as a chemist. Before the move, Joyce had told Lionel she had wanted another child. This time she did not suffer the same epileptic fits, and nothing is mentioned of her drug use during her second pregnancy. Noticing the increased shyness of Jeff after the move, a few things were done to try to bring him out of his shell. He would get a dog, Frisky, and he would also be allowed to name the new addition to the family. He would name him David. After David's birth in December 1966, Joyce's mental stability would again slip away from her. Time and again, Lionel and Joyce would get into fights where Lionel would, according to author Brian Masters, try to calm his wife. Jeff sometimes saw his father hit his mother when she was screaming and he felt she needed to be calmed, but never brutally and never with malice. The domestic scene was by no means unusual or malignant. Yeah, we'll be coming to that later. Joyce's mental condition would only get worse, and on multiple occasions, Lionel would have Joyce institutionalized where she would surely be treated with more medications and therapy. It should be noted, though, that Joyce never had a history of mental health issues or drug abuse before meeting Lionel. They were the same age when they met on the campus of Marquette, and soon after they met, they would marry, and just as quickly, Jeff would be conceived. According to Joyce, it was after the beginning of her pregnancy that she saw Lionel for who he was. Without realizing it, I was drawn to a man very much like my father, a man as controlling and just as abusive.
And the caption underneath says, "The house in which Mr. Dahmer has admitted to his first murder." And I thought, Jeff's dad killed somebody.
The home was no refuge for Jeff, who would soon bike the streets and begin collecting animal carcasses and running experiments and dissections on them in the shed off the side of the house. This being all under the nose of his parents, supposedly. Lionel would state on multiple occasions that he never knew Jeff was running these experiments.
Can you talk freely there? Okay. Do you remember ever me participating with bones when you were interested in bones?
No.
And were we eating chicken one time and you asked what would happen if we bleached the bones?
No.
Okay. So I never participated, so to speak, in, putting bleach in a pail.
No.
And working with bones.
No.
Did I ever describe anything to you?
Not that I can recall.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, because that could be just scientific curiosity,
No, nothing that I remember. I pretty much was doing things in my own little world.
Kept it all to yourself. Yeah.
Neither did they know that around this time Jeff discovered he was gay when a neighbor boy younger than himself initiated a sexual encounter with their son that he did not reject.
Oh, was age 13 when you had, I guess it was a homosexual experience. How did that happen? Who initiated that? We both did, sort of. I don't remember who actually initiated it, but we were both quite comfortable with it. Both of you sort of at the same time initiated it. Yeah. And was it always, it was just light, just kissing and holding. Nothing, didn't go beyond that. No masturbation or anything? No, not that I remember. And you didn't even think of telling me or Mom? Hell no.
This, of course, would be one amongst many things about Dahmer's own life that he could not recall. We will get to his missing memory quite shortly. Sherry, Jeff's later stepmother that married Lionel just as quickly as he had gotten divorced, would later state in the paper she always thought Lionel guided Jeff on these experiments. If true, then before Jeff even reaches high school, he would already have the skill set to commit his later crimes. Being in close contact with death, a smell hardly possible not to recognize, running chemical experiments on the corpses and stealing for himself a collection of bones, all under the noses of those that he lived with. But that, of course, is not all he would do.
Jim Kipple was Dahmer's neighbor for 10 years, but never a friend. In fact, when Dahmer was arrested Tuesday, Kipple had to dig into his high school yearbook to remember who Dahmer was.
The kids around the neighborhood, we got together, but never really remember him, you know. He was always at home and played by himself a lot.
Kipple, however, does remember a gruesome discovery he made 17 years ago while walking with his younger brother in a wooded area about a half-mile behind the Dahmer home.
I walked up and then I realized that it was a dog. That it was a pretty good-sized carcass, and it had been ripped open, you know, gutted, you know, all over, the guts hanging around, and decapitated, and the head was actually on a tree, like all in line. It was a real strange thing because there was a cross and the dog hanging, and then the head behind it on a tree. And then there was actually a path going down to little fires, like it looked like a devil worshiping or whatever they do.
This would be, as far as we know, Jeff's first occult ritual. At just 13 years old, everything would now be in place for Dahmer to become the Milwaukee Cannibal. Bear with me while we take a short break from the Dahmer story to tell you about a few things that took place in the 1970s that will be quite relevant, trust me.
By the early 1970s, word of the CIA's mind control atrocities began to leak out to the public. An investigation was launched, resulting in the creation of one presidential commission and 2 Senate committees.
And my feeling now is that the CIA had overall powers that put them in a different situation than other people.
The American public was in shock.
I am terribly upset that the system is such that what happened could happen.
Their search for answers, however, would soon hit a dead end, as investigators learned that Dr. Sidney Gottlieb had destroyed the majority of the documents relating to the MKULTRA program. It was now impossible for the American public to discover the truth about what the CIA learned from its mind control research. Officially, the agency's position would be that 30 years of aggressive experimentation had yielded few, if any, productive results.
July 7th, 1975, a story was hitting the papers in each state in the US, each province in Canada, and broke in the Sunday Times in London. Here are just some of those headlines. Report accuses Navy of training assassins. Psychologist says US Navy trained political assassins. And Clockwork Orange assassins drafted. What this story disclosed was the result of an interview with Lieutenant Commander Dr. Thomas Narut, a psychologist working at the U.S. Naval Hospital in Naples, Italy. Attending a conference sponsored by NATO in Oslo, Norway, Narut gave a speech among 120 different psychological researchers about the effect stress from combat has on soldiers. After his 10-minute speech, reporters followed him off stage to ask a few questions. He then let journalist Peter Watson sit down with him for a one-on-one, and what he said made worldwide headlines.
The committee does not believe that the acts which it has examined represent the real American character. They do not reflect the ideals which have given the people of this country and of the world hope for a better, fuller, fairer life.
At the time of his disclosure, many hearings were taking place about the alleged abuses of intelligence agencies back home in America. Feeling what he was up to was bound to come out, he decided to reveal just what exactly he meant when he was speaking on stage. What he outlined was a process of funneling men who had either killed or had the mental aptitude for killing without remorse into training programs nothing short of the process out of the film A Clockwork Orange. He describes fitting the head of the subjects into fixed positions and clamping their eyes open, forcing them to watch films in increasing brutality, films specially designed to show people being killed and injured in violent ways. According to Dr. Narut, They were establishing how to induce servicemen who may not be naturally inclined to kill to do so under certain conditions, and that this clockwork-style training is done to heighten their dissociative powers with regard to killing. Previous research on those given awards for valor in battle has shown, according to Dr. Narut, that the best killers are men with passive-aggressive personalities. They are people with a lot of drive, though they are well-disciplined and do not appear nervous, who periodically experience bursts of explosive energy when they can literally kill without remorse. Asked whether he was suggesting that murderers were being released from prisons to become assassins, he replied that it's happened more than once. Shortly after this, Narut disappeared for a week from his home and his work to resurface and claim that what he had disclosed was only hypothetical, and the Navy categorically denied they were selecting assassins out of a pool of convicted murderers. Back in the States, multiple hearings had taken place with the primary aim of auditing the actions of the CIA. A quote from the New York Times. Admiral Turner said that the CIA had secretly supported human behavior control research at 80 institutions, including 44 colleges or universities, as well as hospitals, prisons, and pharmaceutical companies. Drugs, hypnosis, and electroshock were all but a few of the methods used in the research of human behavior control. What was being exposed would be known as Project MKULTRA, an umbrella program that encompassed hundreds of sub-projects taking place in every single prominent field. From the military to the prisons, hospitals, pharma companies, and universities, no sector escaped the grasp of the CIA's experimental aims. Extremely compartmentalized, only few knew they were taking part in something much larger than a single project. Through documents later released, though heavily redacted, it is still clear that an interest was taken in those suffering from a split personality. The use of such a condition in military scenarios is quite clear. We know that dual and even multiple personality can be both caused and cured by hypnotism. Moreover, the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde combination is a very real one, once it is established. The key to creating an effective spy or assassin rests in splitting a man's personality, or creating a multiple personality with the aid of hypnotism. This is not science fiction, I have done it. This quote coming from George Estabrook, an intelligence asset perched at the top of the projects concerning the creation of MPD soldiers. During World War II, I worked this technique with a vulnerable Marine lieutenant I'll call Jones. Under the watchful eye of Marine intelligence, I split his personality into Jones A and Jones B. Jones A, once a normal working Marine, became entirely different. He talked communist doctrine and meant it. He was welcomed enthusiastically by communist cells and was deliberately given a dishonorable discharge by the Corps, which was in on the plot, and became a card-carrying party member. The Joker was Jones B, the second personality, formerly apparent in the conscious Marine. Under hypnosis, this Jones had been carefully coached by suggestion. Jones B was the deeper personality, knew all of the thoughts of Jones A, was a loyal American, and was imprinted to say nothing during conscious phases. All I had to do was hypnotize the whole man, get in touch with Jones B, the loyal American, and I had a pipeline straight into the communist camp. It worked beautifully for months with this subject, but the technique backfired. While there was no way for an enemy to expose Jones's dual personality, they suspected it and played the same trick on us later. What is clear from the works of Estabrook and the released but redacted documents of MKUltra, MKSearch, Artichoke, and Bluebird is the interest and success in creating MPD soldiers using many methods, though integral to the process was the use of hypnosis. Many victims suffering from MPD have shown severe trauma as a result of sexual or physical abuse in the home to be the cause of the fracture of their psyche. Fight or flight responses are triggered when such abuse occurs, but without the ability to fight or flee, the mind splits to avoid greater dysfunction.
Those psychological profiles, which often prove to be right on target, are produced by FBI men like Agent Bob Ressler. Ressler is a specialist in the psychology of serial murder. He has talked face-to-face with more multiple murderers than anyone, and he uses that experience to analyze unsolved crimes.
Over the years, I'm talking about probably 20 years of my experience in law enforcement, I've interviewed hundreds upon hundreds of criminals. I spoke to Manson at length. Sirhan, some of the assassins, David Berkowitz, son of Sam Killer. The types of crimes you're seeing today did not really occur with any known frequency prior to the 50s. An individual taking 10, 12, 15, 25, 35 lives is a relatively new phenomena in the crime picture of the United States. I feel that serial murder is becoming somewhat of an epidemic problem in this country. We're finding that more and more people are involving themselves in this type of crime. Prior to 1950s, we did not see this type of crime in any significance. Today, you can hardly open a newspaper without seeing information concerning a number of crimes that have gone on across the country where people are killing in serial fashion. And in this particular case, the most perplexing thing, of course, that the police encountered was a written message on the wall saying, for heaven's sakes, catch me before I kill more, I cannot control myself.
Jeffrey Dahmer got to me personally. Joey Boyle, his defense attorney, asked me to testify on his behalf.
Mr. Boyle?
This nice, pleasant young man. How do you explain it? When we sat down to talk, I was surprised to see how quick Jeff Dahmer opened up. I asked him his feelings when all this was happening, and you know, was he really enamored and into this sort of thing? He said no. He said it was like he was operating in a mechanical fashion, and it was as if he was looking down at himself and watching this occur. This is a clear indication of dissociation. Dissociation carried out to its end would be multiple personality disorder. It was like there were two Jeffs. One was into the horror of it all, and the other was standing back and watching.
Lionel and Jeff both completely deny any such abuse occurred. The way Jeff turned out and the crimes he committed was all a freak occurrence. Ressler, in fact, did not testify, and not a single psychologist posited the idea that Jeff was suffering from MPD when it was quite clear he had symptoms that would be hard to dismiss with a better explanation. No explanation is given for Jeff waking up next to the body of his second victim, whom he had apparently murdered by bashing his chest with his fists in a blacked out state that left him with no memory.
You totally blacked out?
Yeah.
You had no idea that you had done anything?
No, not until I woke up in the morning. I couldn't believe it.
How did you know he was dead? Did you check his pulse?
Right. Yeah. And there was blood coming out of his mouth. Apparently I had beaten him with my fists on the chest.
No explanation is given for the variation in each of his confessions, which again, I must remind you, were dictated by the detectives from their memory instead of being recorded, which was common practice by then.
You didn't tape his discussions, did you?
No, I did not.
There's no phonographic recording of them.
No, there isn't.
There is no other type of other than your typewritten notes. We have no other record of his discussions with you, Detective Kennedy, and the other officers, correct?
That's correct, other than our notes and our recollections.
Sure, I understand. Right. Question. 60 hours, you had not put down every single solitary question and answer on paper that was asked of Mr. Dahmer during that 60 hours.
No, we didn't.
Of course. You had to make judgment calls as to what was important, sufficiently important that you put it down when you thought it was. Things that weren't important, you didn't, right?
That's correct.
That's normal police procedure.
That's correct.
Jeff can't remember the 6 hours previous to his arrest, as described by the second and last survivor at the Oxford apartments, whom we can presume saw everything many of the victims saw before their deaths. Jeff would switch between multiple people. Tracy would go as far as to say this was an interchange and not the result of Jeff's consumption of alcohol.
You know that some people, when they have too much to drink, change their moods. Was that the kind of mood changes he was having, or a different kind of mood change?
I think this was like more of an inner mood change than an alcoholic mood change.
What kind of mood?
It's like
inner mood?
Yeah, person change, not alcohol change.
These changes were also brought on by the viewing of The Exorcist 3 that Jeff would put on to get in the mood, and with the testimony of Tracy Edwards, his desire to be possessed through the viewing of the film.
Was there any parts of the movie that was going on that you saw that he said anything about?
It was like the part about the preacher that used to be a preacher that had got possessed, and that it would seem like he was like interested in that part. That part had his attention more than anything.
Tell us about what you mean by that. What impressions were made upon your mind when this was going on as to had his attention? How did he appear to you?
It appeared like it was like he wanted to mimic it or be like that part, you know, being demonized or whatever in that nature.
I'm sorry.
With the cause of such symptoms, with many more examples to come throughout the video, being abused at an early age, it is a wonder there are no signs or reports of Jeff being abused at any time in his childhood. Well, it just so happens there are. In the records of Jeff's parole officer, Donna Chester, was the discussion she had with a family member of the Dahmer family in April 1990. On the topic of Jeff's clear sexual dysfunction, he speculated that it may have something to do with an incident that occurred when Jeff was 8. What the man told Donna was that Jeff had been molested by an older boy in the neighborhood, and that this may have had something to do with his sexual perversions. This man was none other than Lionel Dahmer himself.
The observations of his probation officer contained in this 100-page file obtained by Channel 2. In November of 1989, while still spending nights and weekends in jail, he was found to be drinking. In April of 1990, a month after his release on probation, he frequently missed appointments with his probation officer. He repeatedly had to be threatened with arrest warrants. At the same time, his father told authorities Dahmer had been abused by a neighbor boy at the age of 8.
Given the hundreds of people Jeff says he slept with, there are surprisingly few who step forward to say that they have been with him. Back when Jeff's crimes were first revealed to the world, many near the case or associated with it were making the rounds on talk shows, and soon, one man would come forward to talk about his experience with Jeff in 1985. Going under the pseudonym Nick and having his identity masked, he would disclose something that cuts the show short.
First, let me just ask Nick, 31 years old. Is it fair to say, Nick, that you were Jeffrey Dahmer's former lover?
Geraldo, at the time that I met him, it was more off as a relationship, semi-regular.
How long did it last, Nick?
It began in the end of June, beginning of July in 1985 for approximately 2 months, 2.5 months.
You got a question for Nick?
Yes, I do, because there's been some conflict, Nick. I don't want to pry into your affairs too much, but this is really bothering me. When this story first broke in the papers, I still have family in Ohio, and I've kept up with this very closely. That Jeffrey had been molested when he was 8 years old by a neighbor, and that once when he was with you, he got drunk and told you that indeed it was his father and not a neighbor who molested him.
Is that true, Nick?
Yes, it is.
Jeffrey Dahmer told you that his father molested him?
In the course of our relationship, I guess, I was inquisitive into the background of his life because he had no family. He did, but he did not claim any. He had a lot of hate and nothing good to say about it. And there was a time I asked, what was your first sexual experience, basically, to find a way, you know, how it developed into homosexual or heterosexual, etc. And he broke down and he told me for several years that he was abused by his father sexually.
Is his father still alive?
His father's still alive.
All right, then I've got to say this. I've got to say his father's not here to defend himself. We're hearing one side of the story. We make no statement as to the veracity of the charge, the horrible charge you just heard, but I'm sure that Jack can factor that into his analysis, which comes next. I've got to take a break. I'm sorry.
Next, on the Phil Donahue Show, he sits among the guests, though still going by Nick. He would be shut down immediately upon disclosing his story once again.
And I think it was for a reason that in the relationship, asking certain things but to not draw it on, I asked him where his first sexual experience was. His first sexual experience was with his father.
He said to you?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
All right, this is without proof. We should say that. I mean, if we're going to be responsible at all, we should...
That's true, but I see...
Any lawyer anywhere would remind the jury that this is hearsay. That's all right. I thank you for your contribution here.
I'll leave it to you to determine if Nick was telling the truth. Lionel attended many top-ranking universities in his studies and would immediately get a job at a prominent chemical company upon the completion of his schooling. His environments would undoubtedly be trolled by intelligence, but there is no proof that Lionel would be interested in anything of the sort documented in the papers released on Bluebird, Artichoke, MK Search, or MKUltra, right? As we are told, Lionel was so consumed with his work and so confused on how to deal with Joyce, he had no time for his sons, and as a result, Jeff was neglected by both his mother and his father. All of the years of Jeff's life, as he slipped into madness, his father was so blinded by his marriage and his work, he wouldn't notice his sons smelt like dead animals, or see any signs he was digging around in them and collecting the bones to clean in his shed using his chemicals. He wouldn't notice Jeff was an alcoholic by the time he was a freshman. Jeff's interest in the occult, as shown by his makeshift sacrifices in the woods, also wouldn't be noticed by Lionel, who claims he raised his son Christian. It was a level of obliviousness, or perhaps denial, that was scarcely imaginable, and yet it was real. It was as if I had locked my son in a soundproof booth, then drawn the curtains so that I could neither hear nor see what he had become. This line of thinking and level of tunnel vision would show itself even in Lionel's youngest years. Here's an excerpt from Lionel's book, A Father's Story, released the same year Jeff was killed. One memory in particular returned to me. It concerned a little girl named Junie who lived across the street from me when I was a young boy, around 12 or 13. One afternoon I brought her up to my bedroom, lit a candle, sat her in front of it, and began to murmur the "you are getting sleepy" phrases that I had learned from a book and record I'd sent away for her some weeks before. They had dealt with hypnotism, and I had sent away for them because, in my own childlike way, I saw its mystifying powers as a means by which I could control people whom I could not otherwise control. It would allow me to turn them into hypnotized zombies so that I could do whatever I wanted with or to them. Junie was my first experiment, and when I brought her to my room that day, I intended to cast a spell over her so that I can control her entirely. With that goal in mind, I told Junie to stare at the candle, and she did so. I told her to close her eyes at the appropriate moment, and she did that too. I told her to breathe deeply, and she did. I told her to raise her arms over her head. She obeyed instantly. I remember that I felt exhilarated as I watched her, felt truly powerful, truly in command of another human being. Junie was doing everything I asked. She was hypnotized. However, she fell off the chair and woke up. Later in life, I would often tell this story, but always lightly, as if it were simply a childhood adventure. Thus, even though I was later to make light of the story, it is clear to me now that the act itself betrayed a strong urge to control her. And so now, when I remember this incident, I can no longer see it as a simple childhood prank, a harmless little boy dabbling in a newfound magic. Instead, I remember the sense of power that came over me as Junie sank into her trance. I remember how much I liked controlling her, how much I enjoyed, however briefly, that sense of giving commands and having them instantly obeyed. I remember all of this as an event in my psychological history that suggests how much, even as a boy, I had yearned to control other people, how powerless I had often been made to feel in the presence of people I did not control. With the willingness to act on urges of such an extreme measure at such a young age and a disturbing amount of gratification at his success, does it take much to wonder if Joyce's overuse of medication had another motivation and force behind it? Especially in the time in which a child was growing in the womb with up to 26 pills a day coursing through her bloodstream. Was Lionel, a studying and later practicing chemist, truly blind to the effects that her medication might have had on Jeff?
She was taking quite a few different types of medication and many pills of the same type of medication, a lot of pills at the time just before Jeff was born, in the last trimester. And while I was trying to search every possible reason why Jeff turned out the way he did, one of the things that crossed my mind, of course, was the effect of biochemicals on the brain, and especially just before birth. At times, her legs would lock tightly in place, and her whole body would grow rigid and begin to tremble. During these strange seizures, her eyes would bulge like a frightened animal, and she would begin to salivate, literally frothing at the mouth.
Lionel describes a strange, undiagnosed problem. He describes it as some kind of a seizure that you developed, a proneness to seizures late in the pregnancy, where he describes it as a kind of rigidness for which you were prescribed medications. Do you remember that, and can you describe it?
I don't remember that at all. I can't imagine where that comes from. It isn't true. I don't.
You don't recall anything like that?
No.
Seizures or
No.
seizure-like episodes?
Absolutely not.
There's an obvious discrepancy here between what you're saying and what Lionel is saying about the nature of the pregnancy. It was difficult, you both agree, but he describes you in these states where you were, as he says, literally frothing at the mouth.
Are you serious?
We are left in the dark as to the possible influence that left this impression on Lionel. But by 13, we can clearly establish a foundational drive to find a means of control and a willingness to apply the science on unsuspecting victims. I would use a different word, but I'm not sure there is a more fitting one for what Lionel was doing. Would this up-and-coming chemist be blind to the possible application of his trade to establish just the ideal that enthralled him at such a young age? The ability to control someone entirely? Given this desire, would his entry into the field of chemistry itself, at a time in which the study of drug-induced mind control is being mapped out by the educational, medical, and military institutions, be something he would decline if given the opportunity? If Junie was his first experiment, who were his second, third, and fourth? Predictably, as the evidence accumulated and became increasingly ghastly, I made myself believe that Jeff could not have done such things on his own, but that he had acted only as the tool of someone else, someone more evil than my son, someone who had taken advantage of Jeff's loneliness and isolation and had turned him into a terrible slave.
That 1 week when when the circumstances were all right, lo and behold, what do I see? Just that one time, that 1 week. Never again did I see anybody like that. It's almost like it was prearranged by someone, huh? It's just so weird. I don't know what to say. Someone or something.
During Dahmer's senior year, the family had finally fractured after years of physical abuse, emotional distress, and iatrogenic drug use, which resulted in trips to the psych ward. Under court order, Lionel was sent out of the house and stayed at a nearby motel with his soon-to-be wife, Sherry. Not long after this, Joyce herself would take David and flee to a family member's house before moving out of the state entirely. All of this as Jeff's graduation and prom was right around the corner. Jeff, by now, was a full-blown alcoholic.
Sitting next to him in a first period, I believe, history class, and he had a styrofoam cup of scotch, I believe it was scotch. I remember saying, "Jeff, what is that?" And he threw his head back and he shook it and he said, "It's my medicine." But clearly he was getting drunk at 8 o'clock in the morning.
And got high each chance he could, which would not be few and far between, as he was friends with local drug dealer and occult practitioner Jeff Six. Jeff Six was known to the Dahmer family and was even said to have been told to cut contact with Jeff by Lionel after some jewelry went missing from the Dahmer household. Shortly after prom, Jeff invited his date back to his house with a few others, Six likely being one of them, for what, to the understanding of the prom date, was a party. What this party turned out to be was a seance conducted to contact a spirit which now lived in Dahmer's house. June 18th, 1978. Stephen Hicks is hitchhiking his way to a concert when a car pulls up beside him with a young man, Jeffrey Dahmer, behind the wheel, offering him beers over at his house. With no one at the house, Hicks and Jeff drank and smoked a little. According to Jeff's initial confession, only hours after his arrest, he states he and Hicks had sex, and once Hicks wanted to leave, they then got into a fight where Dahmer reached for a barbell and struck Hicks with it. He says the strike from the barbell killed Hicks. Then, less than 24 hours later, he states that Hicks was not a homosexual and they did not have sex. All this time, Dahmer did not offer the name of Hicks. 3 days later, when prompted if it was Hicks he killed in Ohio, he agrees that that was the name because you never forget your first, but I guess he forgot to remember. In the same confession, he also remembers new details and changes others. No fight was mentioned. In fact, the attack with the barbell was less spur of the moment and more premeditated, as Jeff states he walked up behind him and bashed his skull, But this did not in fact kill him, as previously stated, as Jeff now adds the detail of him strangling the life out of Hicks with the barbell. Once this was disclosed, a search began to find this murder weapon of Jeff's. After Dahmer killed Hicks, he took his body under the house and used everything he had learned up until that point to dispose of the remains. Of course, he kept the skull for a bit, but this was not for anything occult related. It was only for his own gratification. He then loaded the fresh remains into garbage bags and put them in the back seat of his father's car, which Jeff says he used to borrow to go to the movies earlier in the day. As Masters says, Dahmer downed some more beers to muster up the courage. Jeff was swerving over the roads on his way to the local dump to rid himself of the remains of his first victim. Soon he was stopped by an officer who noticed the erratic driving and even inquired as to the contents of the bags, which Dahmer said was simply garbage, and the officer, who could not differentiate between the smell of garbage and death, believed him. Regardless, he told Jeff to step out. The officer called backup. Jeff then completed a sobriety test, all the while the dripping remains sat in the back seat of his father's car. The two officers who could not tell the smell of a rotting corpse also couldn't tell Dahmer was drunk, and so he was let off with a driving left of center ticket. This officer, like many others who find themselves in similar situations, failed upwards. Later sent to Ohio to interview Dahmer, Officer, now Lieutenant Munsey, looked into the records of Dahmer to find he was the one who pulled over Dahmer 13 years ago. This would certainly not be the last time Dahmer easily evaded police suspicion and protocol. Accounts vary on how exactly he disposed of Hicks, but what is known is his bones were eventually smashed and scattered over the property that was soon to be sold. And the barbell that Jeff killed Hicks with? Well, it was found in the possession of Lionel. No smell remained in the car, and no evidence was left that multiple bags of a dismembered human corpse was in the back seat just hours ago, as Hicks was killed on a Sunday, and presumably Jeff's dad would have to be at work early the next day, yet no mention is made that he noticed anything amiss. One reason might be because, according to Lionel, he didn't know Jeff was alone until August, when Jeff stopped responding to his calls. Naturally, he would be under no assumption Jeff would need his car for anything, and as he tells it in his book, Jeff used his mom's car. Of course, we know this also isn't true, as in many accounts, she loaded her stuff up and left with David. So if Lionel says Jeff didn't borrow his car, and couldn't have borrowed Joyce's, whose car did he take? During this break, I attended a field party in Bath with Mike and a few others. Surprisingly, Lloyd Figg showed up, and as usual, was behaving like an annoying idiot. He danced around us, babbling that he knew a secret. Finally, one of us said, "Okay, Figg, what secret?" But then Figg clammed up and quickly vanished. Looking back now, I wonder if he knew of the Hicks murder. Did Dahmer blurt something out? Figg was the last of the lower caste psychos, some of whom were serious drug users, with whom Dahmer stayed in contact with after high school. These friendships, if they could be called that, would all peter out by the end of that summer. Only Figg, who didn't live far away, maintained contact. This was the last friendship Dahmer would have in his life. Jeff Six has went on to have his own lengthy criminal history. He has yet to be interviewed about his friendship with Dahmer.
Teenagers across America are playing with a new and frightening game, Satanism.
In the middle of a satanic seance with a pentagram drawn on the living room table, and his friends passed out at the residence, his father came knocking after supposedly having no contact with Jeff since the time Joyce left. Little food, a broken fridge, and an alcoholic teenager in the middle of a ritual with his friends is what Sherry and Lionel came upon that day. Violating the court order, Lionel would move back in and bring Sherry with him. Soon after, as Lionel would put it, he discovers Jeff's alcoholism. Before this point, he had no clue Jeff had ever even had a drink. So for years, while teachers and classmates witnessed his developing alcoholism, Lionel, who as it is described in his book found out because Sherry smelt the alcohol in Jeff's room from the hallway, never noticed such a smell himself. Never once noticed Jeff slur his speech, stumble around, or have any scent of alcohol on his breath. This is beside the fact he also became a habitual pot smoker, but I guess the pronounced smell of marijuana escaped Lionel's senses as well for years on end. Of course, it makes much more sense for Lionel to put the development of his son's alcoholism on the other side of his first murder. Something so traumatic would cause most to seek an escape. But of course, we know it came long before his first victim, so again, one has to wonder why Jeff was so inclined to escape into drugs well before he killed his first victim.
Have you ever had a dream where you woke up in the morning thinking you killed somebody, and you wake up and you're in panic? You say, God, I wish this was a dream, and all of a sudden you say, Oh my God, it was a dream. He woke up every day hoping that was a dream, and it wasn't a dream.
Jeff was soon enrolled at Ohio State, a university named in the participation of MKULTRA. With the only class the supposedly alcoholic Jeff was passing being riflery, it would soon be clear he had no ambition in academics and dropped out by Christmas that year. He spent his days there, as we are told, getting drunk, donating his blood to get his hands on liquor to the point where his fingernails were marked so he could not come more than twice a week. In his room were music records, a collection of liquor bottles, and on the wall a pinned picture of then Vice President Walter Mondale. No indication could be given at the time that would show any interest in politics from Jeff. And so to those who shared the dorm room with him, it would be quite a mystery why Jeff would like to have the visage of Mondale in his presence each day. What they were not privy to then, as we are now, was that Jeff had actually been in the presence of Mondale only months before.
And Jeff said, I have an idea, let's go see the vice president. And we sort of all laughed and said, yes, sure, the vice president.
Jeff went to a payphone. When he returned, he announced that they would be seen in the office of Vice President Walter Mondale in 2 hours.
He had explained that we were high school students from Ohio working on our school newspaper, and we were in town for a week, and could we come and talk to someone in the vice president's office?
His slick talking worked. Dahmer had gotten his classmates inside the executive office building to meet with Mondale.
While on a senior class trip to Washington, D.C., Jeffrey Dahmer made a call from a payphone and then announced to his high school classmates that he had secured them an appointment to visit the office of the Vice President of the United States. Though his friends naturally were skeptical, Jeffrey did indeed lead them on a tour of Walter Mondale's office, followed by a visit to the office of prominent writer Art Buchwald. It has never been explained how the aspiring serial killer had established such impressive contacts in Washington, and it has never been revealed who it was Dahmer called that day to arrange the impromptu private tours. How Jeff knew the number to call and who to talk to is unknown. What is known is this is not the first time a past, present, or future serial killer has gotten positive attention from those holding office. 7 months after Dahmer's trip to D.C., and less than a month after his time at Ohio State, Jeff would be off to Anniston, Alabama for basic training at Fort McClellan. Jeff would join the Army at the urging of Lionel, and here is where Jeff's story and that of another serial killer begin to have parallels not easily brushed aside. March 24th, 1987, just months before Dahmer would begin his killing spree, Gary Heidnik would become known to those of Philly and the nation as a whole after he was found to have kept sex slaves in his basement and cooked the flesh of those that died. Both Heidnik and Dahmer share what is almost a mirrored military experience. In 1961, Heidnik would join the Army, and after initially requesting to become military police, he was denied and was trained as a medic at Fort Sam Houston. After Dahmer's basic training at Fort McClellan, and also after being rejected from a military police position, he was also sent to Fort Sam Houston to train as a medic. In July 1979, Dahmer is sent off to West Germany to be stationed as a combat medic. Soon after Heidnik completed his training, he was also sent off to West Germany. Both men were honorably discharged with full benefits. Both men would go on to do horrible things. Only difference being it was later found Heidnik was actually experimented on in the Army with LSD treatments. From Gary Heidnik's history, it was clear that his first psychosis was facilitated by a near-lethal dose of hallucinogenic substance given to him while he was in Germany in the military, at the time when the CIA was reportedly conducting human experimentation on our servicemen. His time back home would see him in and out of psychiatric hospitals, yet he would also turn $1,500 into $500,000 in the stock market in short order. Heidnik is among many others who would become infamous national figures after psychological experimentation was done on them. Of course, no such experimentation has been admitted for Dahmer. Dahmer's time in the military was marked by his excessive use of alcohol and his constant receiving of warnings to no avail. This is all documented in his records, which are easily accessed online. Of course, there is much not discussed or documented in the records. Soon after Dahmer's arrival in Germany, women in the surrounding area would turn up dead in brutal mutilation murders. In Dahmer's confession, it is revealed his memory about a Thanksgiving night in Germany is vastly different than what was remembered by multiple people. For Thanksgiving in November 1979, Carlos Cruz and his wife invited some of the younger soldiers to share the traditional celebration dinner at their home. Among them was Dahmer and a soldier named Preston Davis. While they were having dinner, the snow began to fall heavily outside, and Cruz suggested that it would be wiser for them all to stay the night. For some reason or other, Dahmer and Davis fell into an argument, and Davis told him to get the hell back to Baumholder. Jeff decided to leave, and he quietly walked out of the door into the snow at 10:30 p.m. Baumholder was about 8 miles distant, around a mountain, and it was freezing cold. When Cruz realized what had occurred, he went out to search for about 15 minutes but was driven indoors by the cold to get heavier clothes. He went outside and looked for another half an hour before he finally gave up, assuming Jeff had found a taxi to take him to Baumholder. 4 hours later, Jeff was back at the door. Davis called out, "Here's the orphan," and they all welcomed him back inside. He appeared confused, vague, his mind elsewhere. He had also lost his glasses. His jacket was not especially cold to the touch as they might have expected, nor was he as affected as a man who had been 4 hours in sub-zero temperatures ought to be. Cruz took him to the kitchen where he washed his hands energetically. Cruz thought he noticed signs of blood on his clothes. Jeff then sat down and stared at the kitchen table. He told Cruz that he could not remember where he had been nor what he had been doing, but he assumed it must have been something bad. Could he have tried to damage himself with his own spectacles? He was considered weird enough to be a suicide case, that much is certain. More likely, he had found a hole somewhere and just sat there thinking. Masters sure knows how to reassure a reader nothing more is going on here. Upon Dahmer's arrest and confession, he of course has no memory of this happening. In fact, his memory dictates he was actually present the whole night and never left in a snowstorm. I informed him that we had a call from Carlos Cruz, who stated that he had been in the service with Mr. Dahmer while in Germany. Mr. Dahmer stated that he does remember him and in fact has nothing to hide regarding Germany. He stated that he does remember spending Thanksgiving at Mr. Cruz's residence, and he stated also present was an individual with the last name of Davis, another girl who was with Davis, and also Mr. Cruz's wife. He indicated that he did have Thanksgiving dinner at that location, and he did become involved in an argument with Mr. Davis regarding where they were going to spend the evening because there were not many bedrooms. He stated that he was drunk because he had drank heavily, and it was snowing hard, similar to a blizzard, but he stated that he did not leave the house. He related that he remembers staying there and leaving in the morning, but he doesn't remember leaving at night, nor does he remember being covered with blood or having blood on any type of clothing. He stated that Mr. Cruz's wife should be able to verify his statement that he did not leave that night or at any time. He again denies being involved in any homicides in Germany and stated that he could not recall any other occurrences where he may have been away from the post other than when he went to Oktoberfest for 3 days in Munich, which he believes was in August 1980. Again, Mr. Dahmer denies being involved in any homicides in Germany or in any other place other than the ones he already confessed to. Report dictated by Detective Dennis Murphy. Of course, this would be the one Oktoberfest to suffer a terrorist attack. The Davis in this story would later appear on talk shows along with Billy Capshaw, a former Army roommate of Dahmer's. Both make claims of being raped by Dahmer, but Capshaw details much more gruesome crimes and the involvement of more than one man.
Capshaw was beaten and raped and received full disability for what the Army later admitted was his torture at the hands of his roommate. And Capshaw says he might not have been the only victim. Sometimes Dahmer would go out at night and come back the next morning, his shirt soaked in blood.
In the last 2 months of Dahmer's service, his drinking had gotten so bad he was supposedly put on a program where he would be held in his room and not allowed to leave without an escort. Soon, Dahmer in March of '81 would be discharged honorably with full benefits. Heidnik would be discharged honorably as well, though he would receive full disability and did not even file for it. Other things had to be considered as well, such as the Army's desire to get Heidnik out of the service with a full disability. Only 1 in 18,000 people who file for mental disability get 100%, and only 1 in 79,000 receive it for life. My client gets it for life, and he didn't want it. He didn't file for it.
Sitting there, trying to figure out what the hell to do, What to do, I started chopping up the body.
Dahmer's feet soon landed in South Carolina, being discharged and sent to Fort Jackson for debriefing. Not long after, he would be a beach bum in Florida. After being given the ability to go anywhere in the U.S., he, as we are told, could not face his father after his discharge and wanted to get away from the cold of Ohio.
27 years we've been asking, who could take a 6-year-old boy and murder him and who? We needed to know. We needed to know. And today we know.
In this episode, we will be discussing many things, but most importantly, Jeff's time in Florida, his life and crimes at his grandmother's house, his learning of and his entry into the child-ridden Milwaukee gay scene, his spree of druggings, his evasion of suspicion from his family and law enforcement, his arrests, and of course, his murders. Again, there's plenty more than that we will be discussing. Most of this documented, yet ignored by many reporting on Dahmer's life and crimes. Dahmer arrived in Florida with little money and quickly ran through what he had after staying in a motel for a while, but soon he would be sleeping on a beach and eating out of the trash. This would actually lead to a job offer after Jeff was found digging in the dumpster in the back of Sunshine Subs in Miami. Dahmer was discovered by Ken Halpert, the manager, and feeling Dahmer needed help getting his start in Florida, he gave him a job. Things were going well for a while. With his new income, he was staying out of a motel again, and even met a girl he says he was not sexually interested in any way. Yet they both considered marriage, as she was born in England and was staying in America illegally. The 7th of July, 1981, a few weeks after starting, Dahmer would show up to his new job at Sunshine Subs. Usually working morning to evening 12-hour shifts, he had made multiple trips out to the dumpster that day and the day before. Sometime in the afternoon on the 7th, Dahmer approaches Ken about something he never mentions to investigators or the detectives he spent 60-plus hours interviewing with. As per the police report, according to Mr. Jeffrey Dahmer, the victim was an adult derelict living at the rear of his business in the meter room. The victim was always seen walking around on Collins Avenue and had been complaining of ill health. The victim was discovered by Mr. Dahmer face down directly south of the meter room on the gravel. According to Ken, the man had to have been there for days, as he saw the skin was blue and flies surrounded the corpse. The alley was trafficked not only by Dahmer but by others who worked the shops in the same vicinity. If dead as long as suspected, where was his body located upon and hours after his death? The man lived in the meter room some 20 feet away. This man also ate out of the same dumpster Dahmer was eating out of just a week or two before. Dahmer surely knew the man, yet his discovery and his death, both possibly by Dahmer, is nowhere to be found in his confession that was told to be so thorough it convinced many that he was responsible for the deaths he confessed for and not one more. One death, an accusation in particular, comes up more than others.
They aren't going to go out. 2 FBI agents call me up and say, look, you've got to talk to Dahmer.
July 27, 1981, when 6-year-old Adam was kidnapped from a Sears department store at a Hollywood mall. 2 weeks later, and 125 miles away, his head was found in a canal west of Vero Beach. It is this man, convicted murderer and drifter Otis Toole, who is believed by many to have killed the boy. Toole has confessed to the crime and recanted 2 times.
That in most cases isn't it ain't true.
What isn't true? Tell me what.
I didn't do that case.
In the following years, countless leads were followed. It all resulted in 10,000 pages of reports. Now, after numerous court battles, the media has won the right to search those files.
Mrs. Walsh, your reaction to the ruling, please?
Would you please step out of the way?
She was bitter and angry, the mother of Adam Walsh. Surrounded by attorneys, Reve Walsh had come to the courtroom specifically to address the judge, to ask that he not release the investigative files into the murder of her son 14 years ago. Last fall, after endless arguments, the media convinced Circuit Judge Leroy Moe to open the files. It was agreed the information would be put on microfilm and turned over to the news media no later than noon tomorrow.
And the release of this material will not be prejudicial or cause irreparable harm to the state or to its case. Based on that, the emergency motion to stay is denied.
When the Walsh police file became public in 1995, Harris did something apparently no other journalist in America thought to do. He read it. all 7,000 pages.
You believe you know who killed Adam Walsh?
I believe I do. It was Jeffrey Dahmer.
Adam Walsh was last seen being tossed into the back of a blue van. 2 weeks later, his remains were found, and ultimately the murder was blamed on Otis Toole. Toole and his accomplice, Henry Lee Lucas, were known not only to be serial killers but also serial confessors. In 1983, Toole confessed and recanted and was then dropped as a suspect just a year later. At first, he included Lucas in the killing. Then that changed. He later said that he remembered it being towards the beginning of the year and young Adam was wearing pants and mittens. It was peak summer in South Florida. Of course, he was later picked up as a suspect again and posthumously was found to be the killer of Adam Walsh in 2008. The face of Adam supposedly being found in the bloodstain on the floorboard of Otis's beige Cadillac. In 1991, Dahmer's face hit the screens across the nation and the world. The same month, Adam disappeared 10 years ago. 2 witnesses immediately recognized him as the man they saw that day in the mall Adam Walsh was abducted from. In total, 7 came forward to positively ID Dahmer as the perpetrator.
So as it turns out, after the 2008 public records release, and they released more after they closed the case and said it was Otis Toole, there were 7 police witnesses who found him there and spoke to and showed them pictures of Otis Toole, and they said, no, that's not who we saw. And then I showed them pictures of Jeffrey Dahmer, and they said, yes, that's who we saw. But the police weren't interested in that. Would you like to ask why?
Rooting out the previous owner of the sub shop that Lionel mentions in his book, South Florida investigative reporter Arthur J. Harris locates the aforementioned Ken Halpert. After talking with Ken and former employees of his business, it was disclosed they also shared the lot with a pizza shop, and wouldn't you know, they made deliveries with a blue van.
Darlene Hill, once a co-owner of Sunshine Subs and its sister restaurant, said employees borrowed the blue van all the time.
If you worked there or what you knew where the keys were, you could take them.
It would be in this time that Harris finds out about the body Dahmer discovered and the meter room. In this same meter room, positives for blood splattered on the wall, an axe, and a sledgehammer. In the medical reports on the head found in the canal, cuts that match those made with a scalpel.
Jeff, as Billy has told me, as we've been talking for 10 years, Jeff knew anatomy extremely well. He was teaching anatomy to Billy. I can put a scalpel in Jeff Dahmer's hands. Would you say that Otis Toole, a noted blockhead of somewhat less than high intelligence, would you say it would be likely, Russell, that he would be handling a scalpel?
Not well.
In 2008, it was case closed on Adam Walsh's murder. Police named Otis Toole, saying he was long the prime suspect in the case and that they had conclusively linked him to the killing. They declined to be specific about their evidence and did not note any DNA proof of the crime, but said an extensive review of the case file pointed only to Toole, as John Walsh long contended. Toole had twice confessed to killing the child but later recanted. He claimed responsibility for hundreds of murders, but police determined most of the confessions were lies. Showing up to work drunk and disheveled a few times too many, Ken fired Dahmer. It was with the help of Halpert that Dahmer was staying at the motel, and so Jeff found himself homeless once again. Jeff's belongings from Germany had been sent to his last known address and showed up at the doorstep of Lionel's home. For a while, Lionel had no clue where Jeff was, but soon his son would be on a plane back to Ohio. Just 2 weeks of being under his father's roof again, and he gets his first mugshot after getting thrown out of a bar. Oddly, the mugshot seems to me to say July 1981, but maybe there's a better explanation for this. Not long before Jeff arrived, another young man was staying at the residence that Sherry was helping get to his feet, and in return, the yard was kempt. The prodigal son was not entirely welcome in Bath, Ohio. Lionel had grown accustomed to the equitable style of his second marriage. Sherry had a job of her own to go to instead of being confined to the house as Joyce had been, and they looked forward to meeting each other in the evenings. It was a peaceful, unmolested life. There had, it is true, been a lodger for a brief period, a young man whom Sherry wanted to help and who returned the favor by keeping the yard clean. But otherwise, the domestic scene was firmly adieu. Who this man was, where he went, or what happened to him is unknown. Regardless, it was determined Jeff could not stay there any longer. It was soon decided that Jeff would move back to Wisconsin to live with his grandmother.
Well, right now at least I am looking for Jeff to come live in some. Nothing so far hasn't appeared. Beautiful day outside. Nice day to be alive.
And we're coming upstairs from the basement. I'm gonna go in the backyard through the back door. Walking over here on the side. See all the bars in the windows down there? Jeff and I put all those bars in to make them more secure.
In December, Jeff moves in. In January, he acquires a gun, a .357 Magnum. Somewhere in those weeks, he had landed a job at a plasma center as a phlebotomist. Where Jeff got the money to acquire the gun is not stated, but we know he went broke in Florida and returned to Ohio to spend the days getting drunk while unemployed. If Jeff landed the job immediately upon arriving in Milwaukee and somehow gained the willpower to avoid spending his limited income on alcohol, his purchase of a firearm at this time would be a major one. He would have to save with this aim in mind for weeks. Why was he so determined to get a firearm upon his arrival in Milwaukee is unknown. It is told his grandma later found it, and Lionel, flying all the way from Ohio, took it from Jeff and sold it. She also found a mannequin in Dahmer's room, but remained oblivious to his later activities in the basement. The question remains, where did Jeff get the money from, and why did he require it upon his arrival in Milwaukee? Besides his alcoholism, his occult practices also followed him to Milwaukee. Not long after he started at the plasma center, he would drink blood to see what effect it would have on him. As with each residence he stays at, he soon set up a satanic altar in his so-called Christian grandmother's house, drinking blood and setting up altars. Of course, there's nothing realistic about Dahmer's crimes in any way. In August 1982, he would earn his second mugshot after exposing himself in public at a fair. Soon after, he would be fired from his job at the plasma center for poor performance. Lionel and Sherry would then have Jeff and Catherine, his grandmother, over for Thanksgiving in Ohio. No word is mentioned they had any idea of Jeff's arrest. Back from Ohio, and Jeff would begin to take the Bible seriously. As Masters said after Dahmer had studied the Satanic Bible, these were the first stirrings of an interest in what Dahmer mistakenly referred to as Satanism. True satanic practice lies not in the Satanic Bible, but in the ancient religious practices of those named enemies in the Bible.
In the spring of '89, the dead bodies of 13 victims, one of whom was only 16 years old, were found mutilated and buried in a common grave near the American-Mexican border in Matamoros. This satanic drug-smuggling cult believed that sacrificing humans in bizarre rituals would give them magical protection. The victims had been dealt blows with a hammer, and some suffered horrible mutilations, including the removal of brains, hearts, and other organs that were then boiled in blood.
So he had the idea that if he were to preserve a part of the person, the skull, photographs, skeleton, then it wouldn't be such a waste. He drew for me a picture of what he meant to develop. It was of a very simple table on which he had skulls lined up facing forward. There would be a full skeleton suspended on each side of the table. Above the table would be a face looking down on the action. He wanted to be able to recline in this throne-like chair and admire his handiwork of the skulls and the skeletons with candles burning, and had the magical idea that perhaps if he did that and did it just so, he'd be able to get in touch with some kind of higher power or evil power that would embolden him and make him able to commit these crimes.
Dahmer would now begin to collect unemployment, and his actions for these years between are hazy. The last time he would see his mother before his arrest would be Christmas 1983, when he flew out to California to stay with Joyce and David. We're told he began to walk the straight and narrow, but with all of that alone time and money he didn't have to work for, the perfect conditions would be set for him to waste away with his alcoholism, but he doesn't. For these few years, Dahmer would take his time with the scripture, with his grandma at his side the whole time.
He then had what I'd refer to as almost a religious conversion in reverse. He began to think, well, maybe there's a devil, and maybe it's my destiny to carry out the work of the devil. He began engaging in all kinds of bizarre incantations.
In quick succession, this period of Jeff's life ended, and his verging into the underworld escalated just as fast. He lands an overnight job at the Ambrosia Chocolate Factory in January 1985, which he quickly uses to acquire a drug used for insomnia that is not typically prescribed for long-term usage. Dahmer would receive 18 prescriptions ranging from 30 to 60 pills over the course of his crimes. He would start going to bathhouses and drugging men, literally testing the amount it would take to knock a man out. He would do this for months, with no repercussions, until a man was sent to the hospital and woke a week later after entering into a coma. The police took information, questioned Dahmer, and nothing was done. Dahmer would clash with a local bartender and threaten to shoot her. After being kicked out of the bathhouse, he would go to the clubs and stalk men, luring them back to a hotel room. After drugging these men a few times and supposedly getting his sexual gratification, he would then take it one step further, though he would have no memory of doing so. This spiraling into the underworld, all stemming from a note dropped into his lap while he was reading at a library.
He describes an incident where he was sitting in a library reading, and a man passed him a note, which Mr. Dahmer interpreted to be a proposal to become involved with this fella in homosexual activity. Mr. Dahmer reports he turned that down at the time, but that began to get him thinking about getting back into homosexual activity, and clearly with the homosexual activity to move more down the line of becoming involved in the killings.
The trigger that sent Dahmer down his spiral of infinity land was a sexual offer from another man whom supposedly knew Dahmer was a homosexual. After this day, Dahmer would give up, as we are told, on any form of restriction. He was determined to give in to his desires. He started reading porn mags and going to gay bookstores. He would learn about the bathhouses and the clubs. He would involve himself in the gay scene. He would even try to molest his brother while he was visiting at his grandma's in the same year. On June 6, 1986, Jeff's first known prescription would be filled for Halcyon, a drug not lightly administered. This is usually a last resort for patients to begin to get sleep, but in no way is it meant for long-term use, likely due to its ability to wipe memory. Dahmer had already begun to frequent gay establishments, most notably Club Bath, Milwaukee. Dahmer had acquired these drugs with the full intent of using them on unsuspecting victims. Each victim he would keep in the room for hours. If they woke up too soon, he would up the dosage, meaning he was there for when they would awake on occasion. 6 patrons complained in the summer of 1986 and named Dahmer. The establishment was well aware of his activities. Jeffrey L. Dahmer was kicked out of a Milwaukee bathhouse in 1986 after being accused of drugging other members in his private room, said Bradley Babish, a former bathhouse manager. All the complaints were the same. He got them drunk and then drugged them. They just got sick. Nobody ever wanted to press charges, Babish said. Dahmer was finally barred from the bathhouse because a man he drugged couldn't be revived. He was taken to a hospital where he spent 7 to 10 days in one hospital, Babish said. The police followed up right afterwards. They talked to Jeffrey, they talked to the employees, and they didn't think anything was serious enough, so they didn't investigate any further. If police would have investigated at all, they would shortly find out this man had also drugged over 10 other men using prescription pills meant for extreme cases of insomnia. The charges involved here are lengthy, yet as you will see time and again, it seems Dahmer had a free reign of the city and police would turn off their ability to think and shut down their senses when Dahmer is involved. The only repercussion Dahmer faced was a ban from the bathhouse, which allowed his testing for months. This, as we know, did not stop Dahmer. I thought I'd take a couple sips to make the guy happy and get on with it, he said. The next thing I remember, I was out in the common area fully clothed and somebody told me he had drugged me. His interest in me didn't seem to be sexual, the man said. It seemed to be to get me to drink. Maybe he was experimenting with me to see what it would take to put somebody out. Feeling this freedom, Dahmer would expose himself in public 6 more times without apprehension, though it would eventually catch up with him. The month before his ban, he was handcuffed and arrested after being identified as the man who had masturbated in front of 2 preteens earlier in the day. He would be put on probation in March 1987 and have to attend counseling. A few months before his arrest, officers would drag Jeff as he fought them out of a bar after he had been refused to be served due to his drunkenness. In response to the refusal, Jeff threw coins at the bartender and threatened to shoot her, bringing into question whether he really had his gun stripped from him. 4 police officers were required to hold him down and take him into police custody. He remained at the police station until 1 p.m. that day, released on his own recognizance against the charges of disorderly conduct, threatened to injure, and city hindering. The charges were never brought to court. After his ban from the Club Bath Milwaukee, Dahmer would begin to poach victims from a location away from privacy and lure them into his room where he would again drug them and stay in the room with them for hours. His new laboratory was the Ambassador Hotel, and again, he would drug multiple men he met from the clubs without complaint or repercussion. Taking a man he met at the bathhouse to the Ambassador, the man would rent his own room. Dahmer would still drug the man, only for him to wake up in his own room hours later, naked, not knowing what happened or how he got there. Jeff had dragged a completely unconscious man around the halls of a popular hotel, completely unnoticed. In this same year, 1987, it is found he signed up for a membership at Man's Country in Chicago. Given that Dahmer would take a bus or a cab everywhere he went, it is a wonder what drove him to venture into Chicago. At weekends, the 219 is packed, wall-to-wall people in Dahmer's words, and the spillover might go next door to C'est La Vie, or to the corner bar, the Phoenix, where there is no dance floor and conversation is rather easier. None of them is squalid in any degree, but rather pleasant and agreeable. Jeff was a regular customer at the Phoenix and the 219. He was also a regular at the C'est La Vie, which was known to hire young men to serve the bar for a room to stay in. Throughout, the bar was also known as a pickup place for young boys being sought by older men, and John's own predilection for hiring the cutest and youngest men he could find certainly didn't detract from that reputation. The upstairs of the bar was also available for lodging, and many of the young men saw his start in the gay community in Milwaukee by taking a job at C'est La Vie and living immediately above the bar. Supposed police harassment was a commonality at each bar Dahmer frequented. Around 1978, an investigation began on the C'est La Vie. When bar, boarding house, and barely legal are combined, trouble follows. After 1978, C'est La Vie became the target of continuous police harassment. Undercover detectives, posing as lovers, rented rooms in the building to build a case. This same establishment also hosted so-called chicken nights. C'est La Vie was known as a pickup place for older men to cruise younger men. The bar specialized in hiring the young and attractive, including doormen, bartenders, and dancers. Chicken Night welcomed the 18 to 20-year-olds for a special Saturday happy hour. In the 90s, the bar went into something of a decline, mostly due to the neighborhood. The Club 219, which for a while was the largest and most popular gay dance club in Milwaukee, was eclipsed by La Cage. To keep up, the bar became less of a mainstream bar and became a specialty bar. Its shows were either drag shows or young men, almost boy, strippers. A former bartender at the Lacage recalls police coming in guns drawn for a wanted felon. One night I was paged by security to come to the front door, where a police officer with a drawn shotgun was tapping on the door and signaling us to open it. I was asked to open every door in the bar, Jackie explains. You can imagine how scary this was. Moments later, over a dozen cops came into every entrance at once with their guns drawn. No one knew what was going on, but the police got their man. He was handcuffed, thrown on the ground, and carried out. As it turned out, he was a wanted felon who wasn't allowed in the bar, but somehow found his way in, and the police were anonymously tipped off. Over in Chicago, at Carol's Speakeasy, the weekend of May the 18th through the 20th saw a Chicago Police Department crackdown on gay bars, the likes of which have not been seen in Chicago since the late 1950s. Carol's Speakeasy at 1335 North Wells was the site of one of the most serious police action when 11 men were arrested for disorderly conduct in the early morning hours of May 19th. In no way is this indicative of the so-called neglect that the gay community faced in the rampage of Dahmer. Instead, it shows quite the opposite, with clear police involvement that some have even called harassment. So how do we explain the neglect of Dahmer due to his sexual orientation, but also the supposed police harassment of these gay establishments?
I was in the bars often. Nobody asked me about anybody. I didn't have any police officer, any detective come up to me and say, "What do you know about this person or that person?"
How could one man kill so many for so long without being detected by police? The answer, in part, according to some, is a law enforcement community which is slow to investigate gay-related crime.
On Thanksgiving Day 1987, Jeff and Catherine would have relations, who are not named, over for the feast. While dining, a certain scent might linger in the air. There are many aromas that excite the senses during such a meal, though there's one most would be unfamiliar with and would very well ruin your appetite. And that would be the smell of a week-old corpse. 6 days before Thanksgiving, as we are told, Dahmer would meet and lure Stephen Tuomi into his private room at the Ambassador Hotel. Working 6 days a week and getting Saturdays off, Dahmer would build a routine off of this schedule, which always ended up with him dismembering the corpses on Sunday. Again, these were not ritual killings. In the early morning hours of Saturday, he and Steve shared a taxi to the hotel. Dahmer had already prepared the drug mixture for Tuomi, but before he was dosed, he and Dahmer had consensual sexual relations. Once the mixture took effect, Dahmer would reportedly lay with him before falling asleep. All of these months of practice would sure come in handy for what happened next. In a state he could not recall, he would kill Steve in one of the most brutal and taxing ways possible by smashing his chest in with his fists. Waking up, Dahmer would be on top of the body of Steve, who was hanging off the side of the bed with blood coming out of his mouth. He knew right away the man was dead. Dahmer's ability for precise violence, while unable to recall doing so, would make him a perfect candidate for the previously mentioned programs ran by the military. It just so happens his highest passing grade in college was a B in riflery. How he maintained this grade while under the influence most of his days in college is not easily placed, unless of course an efficient alter would take over during this task that would require sober attention and above average hand-eye coordination. Regardless, he quickly stuffed the body into the closet and bought the room for another day. Later in the afternoon, he took a taxi to the mall and came out with a new piece of luggage. Back at the hotel, he would stuff the body of a grown man into the trunk and carried it out of the building and threw it in the back of a cab. No one was the wiser. What he did with the supposedly bloody sheets is not stated. What is known is he brought a body home just in time for Thanksgiving, and it was disposed of the weekend after. For a supposed unplanned event, Dahmer handled it quite well. He took the body home and left it in the basement, which was not unfrequented by Catherine, given the litter box was down there, along with the washing and drying machines. The body stayed in the basement for well over a week. Still, Dahmer would go to work and have family over, all the while the smell would gather day by day. Taking the well over a week old corpse out of the luggage on Sunday while his grandmother was at church, He would skin the corpse, cut it to pieces, and smash the bones in a sheet to prevent the splinters from scattering across the basement floor. No doubt when Catherine would return home, the house would smell significantly worse and the trash would be flowing with a substantial amount of bags. Supposedly, Dahmer also kept the skull, boiling it and then bleaching it, a process that would take a significant amount of time.
After the first time that Mr. Dahmer killed, he then went for 9 years without killing. But then after this hiatus, he wakes up in the Ambassador Hotel with a dead body next to him. He then had what I'd refer to as almost a religious conversion in reverse.
Playtime was over for Dahmer, as he would now fully embrace what he was to become, or what he thought he was to become, the devil. Soon he would be going out to the clubs, greeting strangers with yellow eye contacts in, watching The Exorcist to become possessed, rocking back and forth, speaking in tongues, keeping the skulls of his victims and building his final altar. Dahmer would now become the Milwaukee Monster.
He really identified with the emperor. He wanted like that mind control. He had those, yellow eyes. So Jeff actually found some place where he could get contacts that were yellow eyes. And so before he would go out at night, he would put the contacts in. He had to get himself charged up by trying to emulate a devil or evil person.
And Jeffrey put on the Exorcist 3 movie. And Dahmer was starting to get into the movie, so he wasn't concerned about the other couple. He started this crazy motion of sitting and rocking back and forth in a chair and making these strange noises and talking like in tongues.
Less than 2 months after the killing of Tuomi, and Dahmer would take his first victim back to his grandmother's house. Bobby Simpson would be brought back to West Allis. He and Jeff stepped through the front door, and after drinking Dahmer's coffee, he would pass out to wake up with Dahmer standing over him naked. He managed to escape. How he did this is not stated, but he details the time as 11 a.m., making it likely that Catherine was awake for the event of a drugged man running out of the house from the basement. Outside Club 219, which again shared space with the next door club C'est La Vie that was known for hiring young boys who would stay in apartments above the bar, Dahmer would run across Jamie Dockstader, who was a 14-year-old prostitute. For $50, around $130 in today's money, Dahmer would take Dockstader to West Allis. In the basement, Jeff gave the kid the drug mixture, and soon he was lying flat on a sheet in the middle of the basement. Jeff claims he strangled him in his sleep, along with many of his other victims, claiming they did not suffer. He didn't want them to suffer. Later autopsy reports of the surviving remains would tell a different story. He hid his body in the basement and then went upstairs to have breakfast with his grandma. Over the week, he would take the corpse out and violate it before dismembering it and tossing it into the trash.
He kept the corpse of Dockstader in his grandmother's fruit cellar for about a week, and when alone in the house, would bring out the body and make sexual use of it.
Again, the smell would have been incredible and unmistakable for anything else. He severed the head of both Steve and James and attempted to keep them, but this method was unsuccessful in both cleaning them off and retaining them, as they apparently became too brittle and would be destroyed. Soon, Richard Guerrero's head would be cleaned and successfully retained, and even make it into Dahmer's new apartment. March 24th, 1988, Dahmer paid $50 for Guerrero to come back to the house at West Allis, and he strangled him in his bed, leaving his corpse upstairs while Dahmer went down to have breakfast with his grandma, who was soon off to church. Richard, like Jamie, was a prostitute and had a criminal record dating back to 10 years old. Dahmer would next pick up Ronald Flowers in April 1988 when he failed to make him a victim. Flowers tells of Catherine interrupting Jeff's plans, and as a result he would be let go, but how exactly this happens is not clear. Flowers tells of being in the house for multiple days. Catherine claims she saw a bed made for the man. Jeff states the same morning he drugged Flowers, he would be put on a bus. Regardless, Flowers would eventually wake up in the hospital, but with no trace of the drugs in his system. Police would question Dahmer at the West Allis house, but took it no further. This man, who had a history of being questioned for drugging men and just got off probation, would again escape police suspicion. Soon after this, Dahmer would be pushed to get his own place. On September 26, 1988, Jeff moved out of his grandmother's house in West Allis. On the very first day of this new life, Jeff approached a 13-year-old Laotian boy named Somsak Sinthanson Phone and took him to his new place, apartment 204 on North 24th Street in Milwaukee. It was 3:30 in the afternoon on Monday, the 26th of September. A student at the Milwaukee School of the Arts, Somsak Sinthanson Phone, felt the presence of a man walking behind him on North 25th Street. He said he had just acquired a new camera and wanted to try it out. Somsak was wily enough to ask if he would need to strip or pose with his clothes on. Not 24 hours after Dahmer moves into his new apartment, he would be handcuffed and arrested in front of his coworkers on charges of second-degree sexual assault and enticing a child for immoral purposes. Taking Somsak to his new apartment for $50, he would drug and assault the child, whom Dahmer let go for him to return home, barely keeping his eyes open. Failures to wake the kid up at his house would result in his hospitalization, where it was discovered he was drugged. After leading the police to Dahmer's apartment, they shortly found his place of work. A search of Dahmer's house would yield implements used to drug the boy, but according to an interview with Dahmer located in the FBI files, what went undiscovered was the skull of Richard Guerrero. No mention is made that Somsak was a prostitute like Jamie or Richard. As Masters would call it, Somsak was wily for asking whether he would have to strip. And yet, in Ann Schwartz's book, she lists out each of the victims' criminal records. And wouldn't you know, Konorak, the later victim of Dahmer and the brother of Somsak, had previous charges on prostitution. News reached the Dahmer family, and Catherine would bail Jeff out, and he would move back into her house. A few days later, Jeff was released. Once again, he looked as he had so often on such occasions, embarrassed, ashamed, deeply depressed. "I'll never do anything like that again, Dad," he assured me. But with this assurance came another lie. "I didn't know he was a kid," Jeff said. In fact, the boy had told Jeff his age almost immediately after meeting him. Later, talking to the judge, Jeff would again lie. Jeffrey Dahmer appeared before Judge William Gardner at the Safety Building in Milwaukee on the 30th of January 1989 and pleaded no contest to the charge of second-degree sexual assault. He claimed the administration of the drug was accidental, that he had not noticed a residue in the cup he had himself used earlier. Jeff was found guilty, but his sentencing would come at a later date. In the meantime, Jeff would return to his lifestyle. Unhindered by his upcoming date with the judge or increased scrutiny by his grandma, Jeff would slide the contacts in and walk through the doors of the 219. Near closing, Anthony Sears would approach Dahmer. In the back seat of Jeff Connor's car, the friend of Sears, they would ride a few streets off from Catherine's house. In time for Easter Sunday, Jeff would drag the corpse to the upstairs bathroom for collection just after breakfast with Grandma, keeping Sears' skull and his scalp and his genitals.
And we went up to the bedroom and laid around. He was making some comments about getting to be early and he'd have to leave. Went down and made a cup of coffee with some pillows. He fell asleep. And that's when I strangled him.
His grandmother slept through it, had no idea.
Buying a 10-gallon plastic tub, his process of preservation involved keeping the parts in acetone on the floor of his closet.
He had a nice-looking face, so with the head, I cut that off, put it in a large white barrel, filled it up with acetone, and that preserved the head.
On the approach of Jeff's sentencing date, Lionel would come to town. He had packed most of his clothes, but as I went through his room, I found a small wooden box with a metal rim. It was about 1 foot square, and its lid was tightly sealed and locked. I had previously found a few pornographic magazines and I suspected that he had stored others in the locked wooden box. Since I didn't want my mother to happen upon such things, I demanded that he open it.
I'm in a way I'm glad, but in a way I'm not glad that I didn't press it, because if I would have opened that box and found what was in there, I think I would have lost it. Then the next day he opened it and he said, see, this is what it was. And in fact, he had stuffed some pornographic magazines in there.
But we now know the box contained a human head.
Yes.
Not one to tell the difference between a rolling skull and flat paper magazines, Lionel took Jeff's words that it was what he thought it was. Not to disturb Grandma, they agreed to open it in the morning. Lo and behold, the box contained just what Lionel thought. In between said time, Jeff would make an unscheduled visit to his work and deposit the box in his locker. This action would go unquestioned. Jeff was sentenced to a year in the House of Corrections due to the work of Gerald Boyle, who would come to represent Jeff during this trying time for the family.
Including the victims and the victim's family, and of course feel great grief for their son. It's a very fine and wonderful family. His father, Lionel, is just a marvelous man, and he is hurting as badly as anyone.
And when it was all over that day, Judge Gardner believed him and opted to send Dahmer into the community. The prison system offered no alcoholic program at the time. Gardner told Dahmer that if he sent him to prison without the treatment, you'd probably come out worse than you are right now. On the second-degree sexual assault charge, he stayed a sentence of 5 years and put Dahmer on probation for 5 years instead. He ordered Dahmer to spend 1 year in the Milwaukee County House of Corrections under work release so he could continue his employment. Instead of prison, complete with barbed wire and barred cell doors, he would go to a correctional center, which was more like a dormitory. On the charge of enticing a child for immoral purposes, Gardner stayed a prison sentence of 3 years and scheduled probation to run concurrently with the 5-year term. In the end, Dahmer would serve 10 months in jail with work release privileges and would be on 5 years probation, during which time he had to report monthly to a probation officer. He was to have no contact with anyone under the age of 18. He was also told to get psychological counseling and some type of inpatient or outpatient alcohol treatment. That was it. The sentence could have been 10 years in prison. The story gets stranger after Jeff is released on Thanksgiving 1989 to go see his family. In November, Dahmer was granted a Thanksgiving pass for 12 hours. He was supposed to be back at 10 p.m., but he did not return until 4:55 a.m. Jeff would come in contact with the self-proclaimed street preacher John Paul Ranieri, who spoke of a sober lifestyle and would later be one to claim Jeff was actually straight and told of his hatred for gays and blacks. Dahmer would tell a different story about his time with the preacher. There was a picture of the preacher, and Murphy showed it to Dahmer. Do you know this guy? Dahmer took the newspaper and studied the picture. His eyes widened as he viewed it. Wow, I can't believe it. Yeah, I met this guy once. On Thanksgiving Day, 1989, he woke up in a strange apartment and found himself hogtied and suspended from the ceiling. Dahmer told police he had drunk too much and blacked out before waking up in the unfamiliar apartment. His legs were tied together, his arms were tied behind his back, and he was hanging by hooks and ropes from the ceiling. The man was sexually assaulting him with a candle. Dahmer would return late and hungover with no incident. In this time, where he was supposed to serve a year in the House of Corrections, but was released 10 months into his sentence, Jeff would seemingly be on a tight track. He would be released March 1990, and just after 2 months of couching at Grandma's again, he would have the keys to the apartment of 213 dropped in his hands.
Writing stuff down. And he said to me, but Pat, when I tell you what I'm going to tell you, first of all, you probably will hate me. I said, Jeff, I've seen a lot of evil stuff, right? There's nothing you've done that would freak me out, right? I said, I've talked to a lot of murderers. I said, besides that, I don't believe in judging people. We had this discussion about God, and I said, I'm not here to judge you. That's not what it's all about. I'm here to solve this problem. And then he said, well, when I tell you this, Pat, you'll be famous.
It's not easy to talk about. It's something that I've kept buried within myself for many years, and it's like trying to pull up a 2-ton stone out of a well.
We're investigating a homicide which occurred in the apartment building in the 900 block of North 25th Street. We do have one person in custody. There's a strong possibility there might be additional homicides that we're looking into that this individual might be involved in.
What triggered it all? I wish I could give you a good, straightforward answer on that.
Shock and horror as police carry out a large cooking kettle in the biggest and most gruesome mass murder case in Milwaukee history.
I still don't understand how they could have, I still say it's someone else. It's not just one person. Not with my son, I know.
Welcome to part 3 of Jeffrey Dahmer, MKUltra, and the Occult. Here we will cover just over a year of Jeff's life, the most important one at that, ending on Jeff's arrest. His confession, trial, and death will be covered in the next video.
After I got out of the work release center,
I moved out of Grants and into this apartment.
Well, was looking for an apartment that looked halfway decent. Saw the Oxford apartments and walked in. They had a for rent sign in front. And I moved in May of 90, I think. In my mind, I had my own place, someplace nice and private, where I could just take someone back, drug them, and then strangle them.
The area around the Oxford apartments were considered drug city. As far as the police walking a beat, no, that did not happen. And it's a good chance that if they did try to do that they probably would have gotten shot.
Is this the first person you took pictures of after they were dead?
Yeah. Nickname was Cash D, I think. I don't know his real name.
And what did you use to take the pictures of? You had a camera?
And it was a Polaroid camera.
In Dahmer's apartment, there were a number of albums that were present, and these were a series of organized Polaroid photographs that depicted Dahmer's previous victims before, during, and after dissection.
For the first time, he had a victim in an altar at once. Cash D was the first with whom Dahmer could experiment on the newly acquired black table. He placed the corpse on the table in various positions which he found attractive, always posing it to look good, and rushed out the next day to buy a Polaroid camera. He was, in a way, virtually creating his own pornography. Here we will quickly go through Jeff's first year at the Oxford, which ends right around the time of the Conorak incident. Of course, along the way, any information that stands out will be covered here. In this time, Dahmer and Dahmer alone supposedly takes the lives of 7 men and 1 boy, all starting 6 days after he moves into the 213. Ricky Beeks, James Green, Mark Brown, and Raymond Lamont Smith were all names the man with Cash D tattooed on his chest would give to police over his lengthy criminal career. The tattoo consisted of the name Cash D, with pitchforks going out of the letter points of the word cash. Pitchforks are one among many of the symbols that identify the gangster disciples.
Nothing speaks louder than bullets and Benjamins in the gangster underworld. And no other gang in Chicago, Milwaukee, or Detroit earns more cash than the Gangster Disciples, one of the most powerful crime organizations in the Midwest. The GDs built a drug empire that at its height racked up more than $100 million a year.
It was in the 80s in Chicago and Milwaukee that the Gangster Disciples came to prominence. This is not the only indication of Cash D being affiliated with this gang. George W. Knox, who holds a doctoral degree, founded the National Gang Crime Research Center to address gang-related issues. His research delves into the inner workings of gangs, and he himself pointed out the affiliation Cash D had with the Gangster Disciples. It is not well known, but it is true that in fact the first victim Jeffrey Dahmer actually ate body parts from was a Gangster Disciple member from Chicago. After Dr. Smale finished his interview, Jeff Dahmer went on to relate that he had originally told us that he had only eaten a bicep of one of his victims. He related there were other times in which he had eaten part of the victim. The first time was a person he identified as Cash D, Raymond Smith, victim 5. He related that he ate this victim's heart. He related that it tasted kind of spongy. Also located in the confession is the confirmation that a man identified as Mark Brown was indeed a gang member from Chicago, Mark Brown being one of the aliases used by Raymond Lamont Smith. Raymond Smith was the first to be photographed and the first to be eaten. Out of all the things Dahmer chose to eat from his victim, he chose the heart. Where did this sudden urge to consume this man's heart come from? Dahmer's occult practice has been established since 13, but until this point, it has never reached the ancient practice of cannibalism, as far as we know. Up to this point, he has collected skulls for what he says is again his sexual gratification, to keep the memory of the victim with him for when he pleases himself. Yet we also know he set up multiple satanic altars, including at his grandmother's house, and as it just so happens, all the skulls he was supposedly collecting for his sexual perversions would later be used for the construction of an altar, from which he would meditate at and gain power from. From whom, you may ask? Well, from the devil.
The doctors will tell you that the character that he became caught up with was Satan, because Satan was the personification of evil. And Mr. Dahmer felt that because of what he was, what he had done, what he was doing, that there was no entity to relate to other than Satan.
But of course, these were never ritual sacrifices. That is, if you believe Dahmer, who has been shown and will be shown definitively to be unreliable. Whether this is due to him lying willfully or from his blatant condition of multiple personality disorder is up to you. To me, it seems to be both, but we will get into all of that later. For now, the question remains why the sudden and drastic step towards the ritualization of his killings and the initiation of his victims. And why did he start with a gangster disciple? The symbols the gangster disciples use are affiliated with occult worship and practice, though they attribute different meanings to them. The effect is all the same. The six-pointed star, also known as a hexagram, has long been used in occult practice, and the pitchfork is a clear association with the devil. GD activity around the apartment complex was a factor as well, as evidenced by the reports of drug dealing, and more importantly, the graffiti that was tagged under Dahmer's window after his arrest, which included six-pointed stars and the phrase which seems to me to say, "Pimp Nell." This gang affiliation has never been mentioned in any documentary or book released on Dahmer's crimes and his victims. What it all means is another question. The surface story goes as follows. Hired for $50, Dahmer and Cash D, the father of a 10-year-old daughter, would bus to Dahmer's new place to watch videos and take photographs. A new skull would be acquired for the altar. 2 days after his killing, Dahmer would purchase an 80-gallon drum kettle and he would boil Cash D and later pour what he did not wish to keep down the toilet. This would be less than a week after arriving into his new apartment. Cash D was killed on the 20th of May 1990. Dahmer had only moved in on the 14th. Except that might not be true, as the last person to see Beeks claims he was alive at least until the 29th of May 1990. Elaine Beeks, Ricky's half-sister, was at the park with him when he told her he was going back to Illinois where his family, including his 10-year-old daughter, was staying. This is 9 whole days after he was supposed to be dead at the hands of Dahmer. There were also rumors of him being shot, and the family was surprised to hear that he was a victim of Dahmer. So I just want to recap what we're dealing with here. Dahmer is released on the 2nd of March 1990, around the same time that Beeks leaves prison as well, and Beeks begins to stay at his sister's house. Dahmer stayed at his grandmother's house for 2 months and moved into the Oxford May 14th. One thing I should mention now that I did not earlier is that in the time between, Dahmer would sign up for the Unicorn Club in Chicago and start drugging men there.
On the 31st of March 1990, he purchases membership in the Unicorn Club Limited, which is a gay club on Halsted Street in Chicago. In other words, he gets the drug here, goes down to Chicago. On the 12th of April 1990, he buys more drugs. He's using his drugs in the bathhouse down in Chicago.
One man even realized something was wrong and bloodied Dahmer's nose. No police report would be filed, of course. Finally on his own again, and he wastes no time. And his first victim happens to be a local gang member who's the first to be photographed and cannibalized, eating the man's heart. They say Beeks was prostituting himself out because he was so desperate for cash, that he was a hustler, willing to do whatever for easy money. Yet they failed to mention his role in a gang which was, as a whole, raking in over $100 million a year and was active around the Oxford. A gang that was also heavily into drug dealing, which the Oxford was known for as well. Did Dahmer happen upon Beeks? Was Beeks so unlucky that he just happened to be the first to be photographed and cannibalized? Was Beeks at the 219 to prostitute himself, or was he there fulfilling his role as a gangster disciple? I don't have all the answers, but I find it strange that those who had much more access to the case information than we did, and actually got to sit with the families to further detail their work, would either fail to see or fail to mention Beeks' gang affiliation, while at the same time forwarding the idea that he was a hustler willing to do anything for easy cash, which is how he ended up in the hands of Dahmer at the 219. All I can say is this scenario is unlikely, and another would be more plausible. But I don't want to tell anyone what to think. I will just report the facts as we have them.
When we look at the Jeffrey Dahmer case, there are a number of failures by the system, whether it's probation and parole, or whether it's law enforcement, or whether it's the courts that failed to protect the victims.
Soon after Cash D's killing, Dahmer would be sitting across from his probation officer, Donna Chester. In her office, Dahmer's probation officer, Donna Chester, was required to meet twice a month with her clients and make regular home visits. But in Dahmer's case, she asked to be excused from the home visits because of the large caseload, 121 clients she was required to manage, and because he lived in a bad neighborhood. Her supervisors agreed to waive the requirement. Her concern for her safety and request to meet at her office in Dahmer's case would be all the stranger given it was her that approved Jeff's ability to stay there. At the end of February 1990, I learned that Jeff was going to be released from the Milwaukee County House of Correction, having served only 10 months of his 12-month sentence. He would be on probation for the next few years. But other than occasional visits to his probation officer, Jeff would be completely free. Jeff was freed the following month. He moved back into my mother's house in West Allis, but there was no question that he could remain there indefinitely. She was old and increasingly frail, so it was necessary for Jeff to find a place of his own. He found it in the Oxford Apartments on North 25th Street. His apartment number was 213, and it was duly approved by Jeff's probation officer.
Henry Smith has searched for his brother in gay bars in both Milwaukee and Chicago, but so far has turned up nothing.
Me, myself, I don't think he's out there.
Carolyn Smith is praying that her fears don't come true. Her 28-year-old brother, Eddie, was last seen a year ago on June 16th, the day he went to go watch Milwaukee's Gay Pride Parade.
There was one time that Eddie saw Jeffrey, and he was like, oh, he's hot. I said, I can introduce you. After that, they were hanging around for a good, I would say 3, 4, 5 weeks. And Eddie was with Jeff. And then after that, no one really seen Eddie again.
Word on the street is Eddie was last seen with Jeff Dahmer.
Jeff was drunk one night, and we're like, Jeff, where's Eddie? You know, we're looking for him. His sisters are here looking for him. Have you seen Eddie? And he said something real stupid like, yeah, they found him in Racine in 3 pieces.
Edward Smith, known as the Sheik, would be reported missing on the 23rd of June, last seen by his sister on the 14th. According to a former friend of Smith's, Dahmer had paid Eddie multiple times to take photos.
Local bartender Tony Timer remembers Dahmer well.
Come to the back bar, and he'd order a drink, and he'd get a drink, and he'd go and he'd sit in the corner. He was in his own little world, like he was always waiting for something, which obviously he was. Now, you know,
It was here that Dahmer met Tony's good friend, Eddie Smith.
Eddie was such a wild, crazy person, so you couldn't help but like him, which, you know, Dahmer did. And so they knew each other real well, you know, well enough to make him comfortable enough to go into a house and take photographs.
Eddie dreamed of becoming a model, and Dahmer knew all the right things to say. At $100 a session, it was easy money.
Eddie would be sitting at the bar, and all of a sudden, you know, sometimes he would turn around and say, I gotta go, gotta make some money. And I'm like, where are you going? And he'd just turn around and look towards the hallway, and I'd see Jeffrey standing right there. And I'm like, oh, you're going. Okay. Well, call me when you're whatever, you know.
The aspiring model would have 5 photos taken of him, before, during, and after dismemberment. Dahmer would later claim to toss these photos out in the trash with his remains. Though not all of the photos he took would be found in his possession, he would never claim to sell the missing photos. Regardless, he certainly was interested in documenting his crimes. If you find doubt in the story that Dahmer's crimes were primarily driven by his sexual perversions, then you might question why he was so interested in photographing his victims. Upon the further statement of the defendant that during the summer of 1990, approximately in July, he met a person whom he identified through a photograph as Edward W. Smith at the Phoenix Bar on 2nd Street in Milwaukee and offered him money for sex and to pose for pictures. They took a cab to the defendant's apartment at 924 North 25th Street in the city and county of Milwaukee, state of Wisconsin. They had oral sex, and he gave Smith a drink which contained sleeping pills and then strangled him. He dismembered Smith and took 4 or 5 photos of him. He completely disposed of Edward Smith's body by placing it in garbage bags, and at a later time he also got rid of the photos of Edward Smith. As you can see, there is no mention of the over month-long relationship Dahmer and Smith had, where Smith would be paid regularly for photographs. The confession gives the impression that they met on the same day and Dahmer victimized him. Over a month of having this guy in his apartment for photo shoots, $100 at a time, and he supposedly never learned his name. On top of that, no victim previously or soon to be would have this kind of partnership, or at least no claims of such a partnership would be made by those that knew the victim. Smith is the only one to be extensively photographed before his death by Jeff, and yet when he becomes part of Dahmer's collection, Dahmer claims not to keep a single thing from this victim, not even the photographs he took of his corpse. He threw them out. My question is, where did all of the previous photos go, and what was in these organized binders, plural binders, that Jeff had, because from the photos we get of his apartment, the Polaroids were scattered all over. Also, one thing never mentioned that is recorded in Ann Schwartz's book, The Man Who Could Not Kill Enough, is that Smith, whose criminal record is to most probably non-existent or minor, actually has an FBI file on him. The extent of this file is not clear, as we do not have nearly the same access to information Schwartz had while she was investigating for this book. Schwartz herself was very friendly with the MPD, even marrying a police officer, and worked for the Milwaukee Journal. She also sat with many of the families to further detail her book. Why Smith had an FBI file on him is unclear. Dahmer's next attempted victim is Louis Panett, a 15-year-old boy who stayed out of a foster home and was working for the 219. Time and again we have seen strange police behavior in their interactions with Dahmer, where quite quickly the investigating officers turn incompetent. Though if it wasn't as evident as it already is, this case will surely clear your vision. From the start, the victim himself is underage working at a gay nightclub. Why would a 15-year-old be working at said establishment? I will leave you to decide, as we have no proof he did anything other than clean the tables. Well, except of course Dahmer would pay Panett $200 to come home with him. The 219 shared space, as previously mentioned, with the C'est La Vie, which hosted chicken nights where older men would pick up younger men, or the chickens. Chicken is a term used by pedophiles that means boy prostitute. But but maybe C'est La Vie was using it in a different way. They also had rooms that the young men would live in when working the bar. Regardless, many of Dahmer's victims were prostitutes, and now 3 of them have been in their early teens and took cash for either sex or nude photos, usually both. He spent Saturday at the Unicorn Club in Chicago, and the following Friday, which was his next available time off work, he met Louis Panette. The encounter with this young man is curious indeed, and potentially very instructive. Dahmer had seen him often before at the 219 Club, where he worked clearing glasses and sweeping floors, and had reasonably assumed that he was of legal age. In fact, he was 15 and the job was part-time. They had never spoken before. On July 6th, Dahmer saw him at the Phoenix late at night, no doubt after the 219 had closed, and approached him with an offer of $200 if he would come back home, pose for some nude pictures, and have some sex.
Dahmer's murder victims. The teen, who wants to remain anonymous, says Dahmer offered him $200 to pose nude for pictures about a year ago, but he says things got out of hand.
He put my face in the pillow so I could not see where he was moving. He hit me with a rubber hammer on my neck. After he hit me with a neck, I got up real fast and I told him why he hit me. He told me that he didn't want me to leave.
The teen says it took him hours to convince Dahmer he wouldn't tell police, but then Dahmer did let him leave. The incident was reported to police, but the boy says officers said there wasn't enough information to pursue the matter.
Out of pills and unable to kill Panette, he let him go after a struggle. The full account details the many times Panette put himself back in harm's way by returning to Dahmer, but over and over again, Dahmer couldn't bring himself to kill Panette. Some speculate this is due to him becoming too personal with the boy, but as we will see later, Jeremiah Weinberger did not share the same fate, though it seems he and Dahmer were closer. Still, Panette made an escape and even borrowed money from Dahmer to catch the bus. Of course, Dahmer was relying on him not to call the police. Panette would later be treated at a local hospital for his bruises, and through a social worker, a police report would indeed be filed. Here we get some conflicting information. Ann Schwartz says the police made one visit to Panette's house and never returned, as he could only remember the name Jeffrey. Honestly, that would be good enough, as not many people fit Jeff's description. But not only did the police fail to follow up, but the caseworker disappeared as well. But that's the story Schwartz tells. In Master's book, we get an entirely different account. By another terrible irony, Louis Panette did inform the police and a false imprisonment complaint was filed. He told them 3 different stories, however, each apparently more crazy than the others, and the police simply did not believe him. He could easily have led them to Dahmer's apartment, as he had found it by himself the night before, and they would certainly have found incriminating evidence had they searched it. One loses count of how many times Jeff Dahmer might have been stopped if events had taken a slightly different turn. On the one hand, we get a forgetful Panette, and the other, one in which he could lead police straight to the man, as he had tracked down the Oxford apartments himself not long before. Still, Panette was unable to convince police that this man, who had previously been convicted for drugging and molesting a 13-year-old boy and was also questioned in regards to multiple druggings at the Milwaukee bath, and was the man fingered in the drugging of Ronald Flowers, who even led police to the West Allis house, was guilty of committing the offense described by the youth. If Panette was truly willing to give his side of the story, Dahmer should have been locked up for the rest of his life, as his crimes would have been discovered after a search of his apartment at this point. Apparently, Panette was unable, or perhaps unwilling, to convince police of Dahmer's guilt. Stop me if you've heard this before, but a foster kid also turning out to be a prostitute is unfortunately not that uncommon. Was Panette trying to get Dahmer busted while also staying under the radar? I would imagine that task hard to manage, as it would be questionable that he met Dahmer outside the Phoenix. Questions might come up about that, and how soon after that would it be discovered that this minor was working at the 219. Still, even these facts were not gathered by the police when the difficulty in ascertaining them seems to be fairly low. In August, 2 months after his last victim, Edward Smith, Sopa Princewell, the building manager, would enter Jeff's apartment due to complaints of a terrible odor that was suspected to be coming from his apartment. The neighbors were of course right, and Jeff warded off possible discovery by assuring SOPA the smell would be dealt with. The inevitable consequence of these activities was a very strong smell, which from time to time pervaded the apartment building and brought dozens of complaints upon the head of the building's manager, SOPA Princewell, who used number 102 as his office. It was difficult at first to locate the source of the smell, and there was a suspicion that somebody in the building might have died and lain undiscovered. The police interviewed every tenant, and getting no answer from number 205, they kicked the door down. To no avail. The tenant was not dead but in jail. In Dahmer's bathtub, meanwhile, lay half a torso. The first inspection of Jeff's apartment comes in August. There are only supposed to be 2 victims slain in the apartment at this time. Regardless, we should keep in mind the police went door to door over the smell, kicking in the door to 205 because they received no answer. The smell was reason alone for them to have cause to kick the door in. The smell cannot be confused with anything else. It is clearly the stench of death. Keep this in mind for the future when the neighbors point out time and again the smell which they correctly locate as coming from Dahmer's apartment. The smell, which I must again stress, was reason enough for the police to kick in the door of another tenant.
That funky, putrid smell of death. And the way I like to describe death is the smell of death is that you may have smelled rotted animals or something like that, but a good, ripe body that's been lying around for a while has a unique smell that I can only refer to as when I think about coffee, because I'm a coffee drinker. And if you know what coffee smells like, and then you are whisked away someplace to an island for 30, 40, 60 days where you don't have any coffee. But then all of a sudden you come back and you smell coffee, you immediately know, wow, that's coffee. I mean, it just comes to you, right? That's how the smell of death is, at least for me, I could tell.
While Ernest Miller grew up here in Milwaukee, he was about to return to Chicago when he suddenly disappeared.
In September, Ernest Miller met Dahmer in front of an adult bookstore at 3 a.m. For $50, he walked with Dahmer to his apartment. Miller's full and preserved skeleton was found in the bottom of a filing cabinet less than a year later. His blood stained the walls and Jeff's mattress. He avers that he knew this would be painless and quick, that Miller would not suffer, and with the medical knowledge acquired in the Army days, he would certainly know exactly where to inflict a mortal wound. It took him maybe about a minute before he died. Blood gushed out onto the bed and walls and carpet. Worse was to follow. Having hauled the body to his black table, the aquarium was not yet in place at this point, he took about 20 photographs of it in various positions and once more caressed it accordingly. Understand that this man had one of the few arteries carrying blood to his brain opened. He died in a minute and blood ran on the walls and carpet. I don't mean to give you the gruesome details, and I avoid it when I can, but this would be very messy. As detailed by the quote, he wouldn't rush the body into the tub, but in fact moved it to the table and posed it for pictures. We are told Jeff so thoroughly cleaned his apartment for what was to come, but not 2 months later, Lionel and Sherry would be over at Jeff's for Thanksgiving, and they would claim not to notice a thing amiss.
Last Thanksgiving, he wanted to show us his apartment, and we went to the apartment. It was meticulously neat.
Did everything look normal to you?
I even said to him, Jeff, you're keeping a beautiful house. It was clean, it was spotless, it was neat. There was nothing there.
Dahmer kept the heads of 11 of his victims in his apartment. He painted 3 of the skulls with a gray paint to look like models. Dahmer had sex with most of his victims either before or after drugging their drinks. But that wasn't true with 23-year-old David Thomas. Dahmer, according to newly released court documents, concluded that Thomas was not his type. Nonetheless, Dahmer says he murdered Thomas last fall, dismembered his body, but, quote, did not keep any of the body parts because the man wasn't his type. Even though Thomas's remains have not been found, Dahmer today was charged with his murder based on photographs identified by Thomas's family.
David Thomas was another supposed hustler. The father of a 3-year-old would take up Dahmer on a cash offer in exchange for photos. Upon drugging Thomas, Dahmer would lose his attraction and feel the man would be aggravated about the drugging, so Dahmer killed him. No parts of this victim were ever found. Thomas had a laundry list of previous crimes on his record and went by 13 different aliases. Beanland, like many of the other victims' relatives, said it was not unusual for David to be gone weeks at a time. Usually, he'd be gone for 2 or 3 weeks, and then he'd call and come home. When exactly Thomas disappeared is unknown. Thomas surely lived on the other side of the law and earned his money in non-legitimate ways, but there is no history of prostitution, and himself having a girlfriend and a child speaks against any homosexual tendencies. There may be a myriad of reasons why Thomas was killed, but the one and only source on his death comes from a man whose memory has failed him in drastic ways more than once, and passed through the revisions of the interviewing detectives, as once again I will remind you, the confessions were not taped.
18-year-old Curtis Straughter lived in this home with his grandmother on the north side. She last saw him about 5 months ago.
Around 5 months later, Curtis Straughter, a 17-year-old, was bought for time at Dahmer's apartment. Photos were taken as usual, and his skull was kept. Curtis Straughter, identified through dental records and from a photograph shown to Dahmer, had lived with his grandmother, Catherine Straughter, who last saw her grandson February 18, 1991. He was a high school dropout who joined Gay Youth Milwaukee, a group for young gay men, when he was 15. He aspired to be a model, and he wrote songs, but he earned his living as a nursing assistant, a job he had lost shortly before he disappeared. 2 aliases were listed in his police file, Demetra and Curta. He was arrested in 1987 when he was just 14 years old for 2 counts of second-degree sexual assault. Once again, we have a prostitute who got his start in the gay community quite early. Surprisingly, these two did not meet at any of the clubs, but outside Marquette University at a bus stop. Curtis Straughter, nearly 18, died on the 17th of February 1991. He was waiting at a bus stop near Marquette University when Dahmer spotted him, jumped off the bus, and approached him. No direct proof exists that I have found that shows Straughter frequented the nightclubs Dahmer went to. There is also no proof he didn't. What is known is he would not be rejected for his age if he was known there. And if he was, the chances are Dahmer would have seen him before. At 14, the boy already had a perverse sexuality, as the 2 counts of second-degree sexual assault indicates. The next year, he joins Gay Youth Milwaukee. 2 years later, he supposedly prostitutes himself to Dahmer. But the thing about Curtis is that even though him and Dahmer shared the same sexuality, this would not incline Straughter, whom openly hated whites, to take up Dahmer on his offer. He told friends he planned to get his high school equivalency certificate and attend modeling school. Those same friends were puzzled when they heard he was one of Jeffrey Dahmer's victims because of Straughter's open hostility towards white men.
I keep having dreams about Earl.
What kind of dreams?
He's calling me for help. And every time I get to him, he just disappeared.
April 1991 comes, and Dahmer would acquire the 6th skull for his altar. Getting a key made, Errol Lindsay would meet Dahmer and take him up on a cash offer to come to his apartment. Mildred Lindsay had trouble understanding how her son came to be killed not merely by a murderer, but a monster. I can't understand how it happened, how he, Dahmer, met Errol, she told reporters. Errol wasn't the type to talk to just anybody. He went to work and then he came home. He was a mama's boy. He wouldn't even go out with his friends without calling me to see what I was doing. His sister said he was not a homosexual. Friends said he rarely ever drank. His mother told of him always checking in with her before doing anything or going anywhere. Against all the odds, Dahmer tells of his encounter with Earl just the same as the rest.
Tonight, Tony is missing. He has been since last Friday night. And to make matters worse, he cannot speak nor hear.
Jeffrey Dahmer was known to the Hughes family, too. Friends of Tony Hughes, a deaf mute, have told Tony's mother and sister that they saw Tony leave this bar with a blonde man.
With the deaf mute guy. I wanted to keep him with me, so I gave him a drink with the pills in it. Fell asleep, and I wanted to see if I could think of a way to keep him with me without actually, killing him. And so I had a drill at home.
When Jeffrey saw Hughes at Club 219, the two had met there in 1989, he passed him a note offering him $50 to come to his apartment to pose for some pictures and watch videos. Hughes nodded yes. May 24th, 1991, Tony Hughes would disappear and never be seen again. Dahmer, who was in Tony's address book and was acquainted with his family, would be the last person seen with Tony Hughes, bringing into question why Dahmer was never questioned in regards to his disappearance, and why, through all the persecution the gay clubs were seeing from authorities due to rampant drug use and prostitution, they would let one victim after another slip from their view. Speaking of victims slipping through their view, Tony Hughes' body would escape the sight of an officer who was in the apartment peering into Dahmer's bedroom the night of Conorak's sacrifice, but we will come to that shortly. It also slipped the sight of Sopa Princewell, who investigated a smell coming from Dahmer's apartment the day after he killed Hughes. His corpse, of course, in the same spot Jeff left it, and once again, he went undiscovered. The smell did not entirely evaporate, however. Some prospective tenants were being shown apartment 313, directly above Dahmer's, when an apologetic Mr. Princewell had to give up and abandon the inspection because the smells coming from below were too nauseating. Once more, he confronted Dahmer and was told that the fish tank had gone wrong and some of the fish had died. Dahmer, apparently trying to be helpful, directed Princewell towards a gray barrel in the hall closet. When Princewell opened it, the odor was so overpowering that it brought tears to his eyes and threw him back. He was very angry. "This must go," he told Dahmer emphatically. The next day, he noticed that the offensive barrel had been dumped in the large trash dispenser and felt satisfied. The third time Princewell spoke to Dahmer about smells occurred the day after Tony Hughes died, and 2 days before the attack upon his next victim. Hughes' body was lying on the bedroom floor at the time.
In late May, Dahmer killed Tony Hughes, a deaf mute, whom he had known for some time. Dahmer told police that, as with his other victims, Hughes came to his apartment to make money posing for pictures. In nearly all the murders, police had only Dahmer's confession to go on. While much of it was later confirmed as true, Tony Hughes' mother feels Dahmer not only killed her son, he lied about him afterward.
He knew my son, and my son trusted him as a friend. And he didn't have to go to his house for money. Because today, the last day I saw him, he had cashed his check. He had over $400 in his pocket. So he didn't need his $50. And he wasn't a prostitute out on the street either, like the media portrayed all of them. I'm speaking for Tony. I can't speak for anybody else. I know about my son.
18th of January 1991, Dahmer purchased a dummy surveillance camera from an electronic store. He was very concerned about someone entering the apartment and finding some body parts that he had there. He always knew it was wrong. He kept the place locked. He had it posted. You will see pictures of that where he had posted, alarmed. He brought in this dummy camera to try to convince people if a burglar broke in to say, hey, get out of this place. Don't go into the bedroom where he kept some of the parts, some of the skulls that he was collecting.
Well, today, Warner, we had a chance to look at the application for a search warrant of Jeffrey Dahmer's apartment. A warrant that suggests authorities may have a lot to go on when it comes time to prosecute. In addition to photographs of victims reportedly recovered from Dahmer's apartment, court records show that videotapes, a personal computer, and a number of floppy disks were also found. Police sources say they are looking at the tapes to see if the contents may link Dahmer to the confessed murders or any others. So far, nothing incriminating has been found. The disks and the computer's internal hard drive have yet to be searched. Police want to know if Dahmer cataloged any information about his victims on the computer. Such work could be used to challenge any insanity.
In the course of his crimes, Dahmer would acquire many security devices that he says were not meant for anything but warding off potential perpetrators from breaking in and, in the commission of their own crime, discovering Jeff's place of worship. This would include alarms, locks, and video surveillance equipment. In Dahmer's confession, he states the camera was a fake. He stated that he used quite a bit of caution by setting up alarm systems in his apartment, that being in the outer door, the sliding door leading to his hallway bathroom and bedroom, in his bedroom door. He stated that he set up a fake video camera and told other homosexuals that he had brought to his apartment that it automatically turned on if his door opened up without the alarm being turned off. He also related that the security items in his apartment, namely a brown alarm, which was on the door, was purchased from Radio Shack in the Grand Avenue Mall. He related that he also purchased a Black & Decker alarm at the Black & Decker distribution center across from the zoo, and a fake video camera at another store. He does not recall which store. Yet in his own book, Pat Kennedy tells a different story. Indeed, investigation revealed that his apartment contained door and window alarms. There was a small camera attached to the ceiling and positioned to capture anyone entering his unit. The wires for the camera disappeared into the wall but were not connected to any electrical outlet. Far from a fake, we are told to believe this camera captured nothing of the activities that took place in Dahmer's apartment, though it had the full capability of doing so. His alarms were also fully functioning according to the testimony of Tracy Edwards.
You went up to the apartment. Tell us what happens when you get up to the apartment. Tell us what you observed, what your senses told you.
Okay, first of all, it seemed like a normal apartment. When we got inside, he turned off burglar alarms. I asked him why. First, it was a foul odor.
You say your first thing you did was notice the odor. He opened the door to the apartment?
Yes.
And you walked in?
Yes.
He turned off something. What did he turn off?
Alarms.
Did you ask him about that?
Yeah, and he said the part of the neighborhood he was in, he was protecting his property, things like that, cameras, VCRs, TVs, things of that nature.
Did you accept that?
Yes, I did.
Cameras, VCRs, TVs, things of that nature. It seems everything there was fully functioning to the last victim in Dahmer's apartment. In Dahmer's confession, Jeff stated the camera was a fake. But later he changes his tune in another interview located in the FBI files. Dahmer was asked by the interviewing agents if he was concerned for security at his apartment, and Dahmer stated that he had installed a security system in his apartment, which cost $400. Dahmer stated that he had different locks on the bathroom, bedroom, and front door. Dahmer stated that he had a video camera set up for security. No mention of the camera being a fake this time, like he was so quick to clarify in his initial confession. Jeff also had at this time a laptop computer that he had before he even moved into the Oxford. In April 1990, Chester wrote that Dahmer was receptive to discussing sexual feelings. He brought his laptop computer to the session, but admitted he was using it as a crutch to keep himself busy and not to think about what happened. Where the funds to make said purchases came from is unknown. He would constantly complain of being broke. We would assume this comes from his going out every weekend, his alcoholism, his prescription pill usage, the money spent on the bathhouses, and his rent. Yet his struggle was not so great that he couldn't afford a security system that cost $400 and a fake security camera that had wires running from it. This brings to mind the gun he was able to acquire on short notice with no money and a strong alcohol addiction. Dahmer had an interest in documenting his crimes, but it's out of the question to think he used the mounted camera in his living room. Many questions still remain around the crimes of Dahmer. Many questions still unanswered. The biggest question still remains: why did police give Conorak back to Dahmer the night of May 27th, 1991?
We humbly ask you to comfort your servants in their grief.
Father Peter Burns led a short prayer for the youngest identified victim of Jeffrey Dahmer, 14-year-old Conorak Synthes-Symphone.
Having a party down from a battery. Police have been notified. 2500 West State Street, 2500 West State.
Paramedics spent just 2 minutes and 59 seconds there. They gave the youth a blanket and talked with police before radioing back.
Engine 32 or 10-10-19, 1076.
That's code for false alarm.
Found out that a 14-year-old kid runs out the house naked with his behind bleeding, and some people see that and they call the police, and the police don't do nothing about it and put the kid back in the killer's hands. That's I don't understand that at all.
His life was saved. Police gave it back into Dahmer hands.
There were a few where I tried the drilling technique, and I did the drilling with him too.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
At what point? Before the officers came or after the officers?
Yeah, before the officers came.
This butt-naked young boy or man or whatever, he's been beaten up real bad. And people are trying to help him stand. He can't stand. He has no clothes on. He is very hurt.
Is he awake?
Yeah, he ain't awake. They trying to get him to walk, but he can't walk straight. He can't even see straight.
The intoxicated Asian naked male was returned to the sober boyfriend. And we're C18 or C10. 15 or 33. Hey, for a minute. For a minute. Our partner's going to get deloused at the station.
The 14-year-old Laotian boy disappeared from his Milwaukee home May 26th. And the boy's family, who came to America full of hope only 10 years ago, learned today that when police arrived at the scene, they believed Dahmer's story, that the child was actually his 19-year-old lover with whom he was having a spat.
How was the child?
It wasn't a child, it was an adult.
Are you sure?
It has trouble believing Milwaukee police mistook their brother for a 19-year-old. Could your brother look 19?
No way, no, I don't think so. I mean, he's just a boy. He's look too young to be 19 or 18, 19. He's look too young.
That doesn't sound like a good explanation to you.
No.
The lines between incompetency and complicity are hard to differentiate in the case of Konarak Synthesis and Phone. Similar to Jeff's time in Florida, Dahmer would stalk the mall where he would pay $50 to Konarak, who would have a mental lapse in either forgetting or ignoring the knowledge of his brother's molestation, which occurred under almost the exact circumstances Konarak found himself in. Of course, that would be extraordinary for two brothers of the same immigrant family to fall victim to the same perpetrator in similar circumstances while coming from a completely normal family. Settled in America from a war-torn Laos, the Synthesis and Phone family would be one among many refugees settled during this time. Many were settled by Catholic charities, and this very well may be the case for the Synthesis and Phone family, as they were very close to one Father Peter Burns.
The family is deeply saddened and shocked by this senseless death.
Father Peter Burns, a friend of the Synthesis and Phone, spoke for the boy's family this afternoon. He told me the family did see our reports last night about the Milwaukee Police Department's handling of Konarak's disappearance.
The family is filled with a lot of different emotions. Anger is certainly one of them. Other than to say that the family is certainly distressed by the story, there's nothing else we can say.
In 1992, he would be convicted on charges for molesting two boys back in early 1988. He would serve less than a year on work release, directly mirroring Dahmer's sentence. This would of course be part of the large abuses taking place across many Catholic churches during this time. McCann and Boyle, the prosecution and defense of Dahmer, would both have a hard time prosecuting these criminals during this time. The question remains, what are the odds of this family being targeted and surrounded by these predators? It certainly would increase the odds if the children were being used for prostitution. Of course, their actions alone speak of being prostitutes, much like Dockstader and the other supposed sex workers targeted by Dahmer. But of course, as we discussed, it was indeed found in Konarak's police record that he had a history of prostitution. This would be incredible for the parents of said family to be unaware of their two sons' practiced prostitution, and even more incredible that Dahmer would happen upon the brother of the victim that landed him in the House of Corrections for a year by chance. An extremely unlucky coincidence.
Maybe he got mad at us that my other brother put him, in jail so the police can arrest him that time, and then so he just follow up, okay, I know this guy, his last name or whatever, and then I don't know, it's confused.
Still, Dahmer supposedly met Konarak at the Grand Avenue Mall. Taking Konarak to his apartment for $50, they would drink, and of course, the boy would be drugged. But not before Dahmer would snap two pictures of the boy. The last, he would be seen alive. Not in the mood enough, Dahmer leaves the boy in his apartment with the 3-day-old rotting corpse of Tony Hughes laying on his bedroom floor. In this time, Dahmer would go to the bar, according to his own confession, and have a few drinks. Though the boy has been drugged, and in fact his skull drilled into in a more experimental and brutal lobotomy attempt with acid being poured into his frontal lobes, he manages to traverse Dahmer's apartment building, walking down the hall, out the side door, down the stairs, and onto the street, completely naked. Soon he is discovered by 2 teen girls. Mumbling and speaking in his first language, the girls had no clue who he was or where he needed to go, but they knew he needed help. They did what they knew to be the right thing and alerted the authorities. Unfortunately, this would be a fatal mistake. Before the cops arrived, and before Konarak is out of the clear, Dahmer comes around the corner and tries to take Konarak away from the girls, but it was too late. The cops are on their way, and in fact, it wouldn't be 5 minutes before they arrive on the scene with medics as well. The medics look at Konarak and find him unresponsive. He is slurring his speech and will not respond in English. Speaking to police, Dahmer gives them his name and age. John Hmong, 19.
What name did he provide?
I believe the name he provided was John Hmong.
H-M-O-N-G, it sounds like?
I believe.
All right. And what if any date of age did he give you for that young man's birth?
He provided the age of 19 to 20.
Showing them his Ambrosia badge, he identifies himself as Jeffrey Dahmer. Common police procedure was ignored this night, as they do not run his name, nor do they ask the 14-year-old, whom they thought was 19, to identify himself. All the while, the young girls who seem to be more observant than the police officers are pleading to be heard, trying to convince police that the 14-year-old was in fact a child. Seeing the drugged and unresponsive child was okay physically, the medics take their leave and do not transport the bruised and, by the girl's account, bleeding child to the hospital. The instinct and senses of the officers were off that night as well, as they then take the stubborn Konarak back to Dahmer's apartment with both of his arms gripped at his side. Showing the officers pictures of the young Konarak posing served to convince the two that had already forcefully dragged the boy back to the apartment that Dahmer's story held up. Laying on the floor in the bedroom was the headless corpse of Tony Hughes, whose body had been in the apartment for 3 days. One officer takes a look in the room and doesn't notice a thing.
One of the officers wants to check out the bedroom.
He peeks his head into the bedroom, walks away, everything's fine. He has no idea that just a few feet away, the corpse of Tony Hughes is on the floor, rotting. It's been there for 3 days. I don't know how the cop missed it, but somehow he managed to.
Thursday, the police chief said no one could go in that apartment and not notice something was wrong.
As soon as you walked in there, you could smell that funky, putrid smell of death.
In the bedroom, a few feet away, behind an unlocked door, lay the body of Tony Hughes, already bloated up. An officer noted that there was a smell of excrement in the apartment, but did not think to investigate further. He was on the floor, and I had the light off in there, recalls Dahmer. And one of the officers sort of peeked his head around the corner in the bedroom, but did not really take a good look or anything. Dahmer's recollection of how he killed Konarak seems to vary, along with many of his other recollections of his crimes he has reportedly told the truth about. In his confession, he states he strangled Konarak just after, and then dismembered him. Later, he recalls he gave the young man a second injection of acid, from which he died immediately.
I wasn't getting the satisfaction after he killed me. So I took it to a new level. I had a hand drill that I used for normal things like installing my farm system and everything. Drilled so small, more very quickly. And with a large syringe, I filled that up with years and injected it. Filled it? Yeah, injected it. I was hoping to produce a zombie-like state. I saw him sitting on the sidewalk. 2 girls were with him. They called the police. They had to think of the story quickly. They told him that he was a friend. He gets drunk. He was not wanting to go back, so one officer grabbed him by this arm, another officer grabbed him by the other arm, and they walked him up to the apartment. And they left. That's when I did the second kicking. Right away? How long did it take from the guy? That was immediate.
As you can see, the death of Tuomi is not the only one Dahmer has a hard time recalling. Even more remarkable is the persistence of those who tried to save Konarak that night. Glenda Cleveland gave the officers a call back for an update on the situation.
I was marked
Police?
Yes, there was a squad car, number 68, that was flagged down earlier this evening, about 15 minutes ago.
That was me.
What happened? I mean, my daughters and my niece witnessed what was going on. Was anything done about the situation?
No, there's an intoxicated boyfriend of another boyfriend.
Well, how old was this child?
It wasn't a child, it was an adult.
Are you sure?
Ma'am, I can't make it any more clear. It's all taken care of.
Without any identification to prove it, the officers confirmed the 14-year-old was an adult, and he was returned to his sober boyfriend, though Dahmer had just returned from a bar.
Let's see if we can listen to that tape.
The intoxicated Asian naked male was returned to his sober boyfriend, and we're at 8. For be a minute. My partner's gonna get deloused at the station.
Cleveland continued to plead for several more minutes that Konarak appeared to her to be a child, but Balzerzak assured her that all of the information the police were able to gather at the scene indicated that Konarak was an adult. Seeing the picture of the missing Konarak in the papers not long after the night of May 27th, Cleveland again persisted the police investigate. To compound an already bad situation for the police, Cleveland told me she called them back 2 days after the incident, after reading a newspaper article about the Simpson phone family's distress over their son's disappearance. She told police she believed he was the same boy she saw with Dahmer 2 nights earlier. She pleaded with them to come to her apartment and take the 3 women's statements. They told me they were investigating a murder and didn't have anyone to send, Glenda Cleveland told me. They said they would send somebody when they had a chance. They never did. Cleveland tried another tack. On June 3rd, she called the local Federal Bureau of Investigation office. She read the news article over the phone and explained that Konarak was still missing. They weren't listening to her. The FBI assured her that the Milwaukee police would investigate the matter. But in the 7 weeks until Jeff Dahmer was arrested, Glenda Cleveland never heard back from the FBI.
Did that room have a TV set in it?
Yes.
Was there anything going on the TV?
Yeah, the Exorcist movies was playing at that time.
There was an Exorcist movie on. Yeah. Tell us about his demeanor at the time that you look at him and you say, what's going on? You don't have to do this. What happens to Mr. Dahmer? What's he like?
It's like not the same person that we met at Grand Avenue Mall.
How does he different?
His face structure seemed different, you know, his body structure is like it wasn't him anymore, you know? It's like it was a totally different guy there.
Did you observe him watching the movie and how he would react to the movie?
Right, he would like just start rocking back and forth when he, you know, certain parts of the movie or whatever.
You have to say, what did he say, Madam?
He was like chanting in certain times and rocking back and forth, right?
Was there any parts of the movie that was going on that you saw that he said anything about?
It was like the part about the preacher that used to be a preacher that had got possessed, and that it would seem like he was like interested in that part. That part had his attention more than anything.
But tell us about what you mean by that. What impressions were made upon your mind when this was going on as to had his attention? How did he appear to you?
It appeared like it was like he wanted to mimic it or be like that part, you know, being demonized or whatever in that nature.
I'm sorry, I missed you.
Yeah, like he wanted that type of movie, that part, certain parts of that part interested him, you know? It was like he changed with it.
Over and throughout the week, Dahmer would watch this scene.
An interesting problem, but finally it worked. First, a bit of the old succinylcholine to permit one to work without annoying distractions. Then, a 3-foot catheter threaded directly into the inferior vena cava, or the superior vena cava. It's a matter of taste, I think, don't you? Then the tube moves through the vein under the crease of the arm into the vein that leads directly into the heart, and then
You just hold up the legs and you squeeze the blood manually into the tube from the arms and the legs. There's a little shaking and pounding at the end for the dregs. It isn't perfect. There's a little blood left, I'm afraid. But regardless, the overall effect is astonishing.
And isn't that really what counts in the end? Yes, of course. Good showbiz, Lieutenant, the effect. And then off comes the head without spilling one single drop of blood. Now, I call that showmanship, Lieutenant.
The parallels here are beyond coincidence. Arriving in theaters August 17, 1990, Dahmer would go deep into his spree without the aid of The Exorcist 3 to get him in the mood. But when it came out, this tool would be invaluable.
Real terror is back. George C. Scott in William Peter Blatty's The Exorcist 3.
Showing an extensive knowledge of the human anatomy, the Gemini killer would use this knowledge much like Dahmer would, even using a drug to completely incapacitate his victims before killing them. For the Gemini killer, these weren't random acts of violence. Each cut, each removal of a body part was deliberate. The killings were ritualistic and the details were to be consumed by the public, making them willing or unwilling participants in this occult initiation. Exsanguinating one victim so the severing of the head would be bloodless. Cups of blood would line the crime scene, as one of the officers would say, without a smudge.
What are these?
Father Dyer's entire blood supply.
All of his blood?
And not a drop of it spilled. All neat. There's not even a smudge on the jars.
Much like the barrel in Dahmer's apartment that supposedly had 3 bodies in it upon Dahmer's arrest, without a single indication of it being used in that way. Not a smudge on it. Of course, the Gemini killer is not the man, but the spirit possessing the man. Switching between the base personality, that of the priest, and the spirit of the Gemini killer, the connection to MPD is not hard to reach. And of course, all of this would facilitate a string of ritual killings where specific victims would be targeted for the psychological diminishment of the detective, with the aim to ritualize the population by having the detective announce the return of the Gemini killer.
Tell the press that I am the Gemini, Lieutenant. Final warning. Incidentally, I can help. Help what? Your unbelief.
Dahmer's ritual sacrifices, as I have shown, started by the time he was 13, when his spiraling fires were discovered centered on the impaled skull of a dog. In this same year, Dahmer would have his self-proclaimed first sexual experience where he cannot remember who initiated it. This is the year he would learn he was gay. Also the year he begins drinking. Dahmer's own string of killings were not called ritual. He would save and eat the heart, collect the skulls, and was building an altar to gain power from, but after all of this, we are told to believe these killings were not ritual sacrifices, purely sexual dysfunction. It is known Dahmer would use this movie to get in the mood, facilitating a personality switch witnessed by the last surviving victim of Dahmer. Is it any surprise the movie was written and directed by a first lieutenant of the Air Force in the Psychological Warfare Division? In short, we have two Gemini killers, Jeff being born under the sign, and the character being named so for his dual personality, which of course Jeff also suffered from. Both showed extensive knowledge of human anatomy and used this skill in the commission of their crimes, which also shared similar elements. They both killed for ritual purposes. It would make sense that Dahmer would use this film to help him commit his killings given the distinct parallels the characters and himself share. Dahmer could not have asked for a better character to model himself after. The personality changes Edwards described were very clear-cut and easy to detect. He goes as far as to clarify this was not the result of the mood-altering effects of alcohol. This was an inner mood change.
You know that some people, when they have too much to drink, change their moods. Was that the kind of mood changes he was having, or a different kind of mood change?
I think this was like more of an inner mood change than an alcoholic mood change.
What kind of mood?
It's like
inner mood?
Yeah, a person change, not alcohol change.
I guess it is also a great coincidence that the man behind the film, as previously mentioned, was a high-ranking official in the division aptly named Psychological Warfare. Is there any direct link between the movie and the crimes of Dahmer, other than the fact it spurred such an intense change in Dahmer's personality? No, not that I'm aware of. But it is such a great coincidence, I had to mention it.
Are they calling these Gemini killings in the papers? You must get them to do that, Lieutenant. It's important.
The Gemini is dead.
No, I am not! I'm alive! I go on! I breathe! Look at me! Look at me! And tell me what you see!
The Chicago Police Department acknowledged today it heard rumors that a serial killer was stalking the gay community on our own city's north side. Word began spreading 6 weeks ago that gay young men were missing from the area. One was 23-year-old Jeremiah Weinberger, who is among the victims of Jeffrey Dahmer. Police say even though they heard the rumors, there was no hard evidence to back any of it up.
We base what we do on facts, on reported crime, and we really didn't see anything to qualify those rumors.
Taking to Chicago after his close call, Dahmer would court his next 3 victims from the blocks he knew so well since his membership to Man's Country Chicago in 1987. We have 76 gay bars down here versus your 8 in Milwaukee. On the 30th of June, Matt Turner, also known as Donald Montrell, was last seen by his stepfather heading off to the gay parade. A teen runaway staying in a halfway house, and of course another aspiring model as they are called, would be taken to Dahmer's apartment after a lengthy bus ride, where Dahmer would drug, and as he remembers, he would strangle him along with all but one victim, Ernest Miller. The autopsy reports on the surviving remains would tell a different story, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Jeremiah Weinberger would be the next target, working at a porno theater and having a personal connection to Steve Tushin, a man well known to law enforcement whose business would be raided over 200 times. Weinberger would be one of the bodies found in the Blue Barrel. Oliver Lacey, the father of a 10-year-old girl, would turn up missing.
I want justice. To take life at. I want to see justice done.
Catherine's son Oliver Lacey had just moved to Milwaukee from the Chicago area a few months ago, ready to start a new life with his fiancée and his baby. But last month, the track star with big dreams died in Jeffrey Dahmer's apartment, another victim of Milwaukee's serial killer.
Catherine Lacey told me shortly after the courtroom hearing ended today that if she could ask Jeffrey Dahmer one thing, it would be how he was able to lure Oliver to his apartment, how he was able to win her son's trust.
A proud mother, Catherine Lacey displayed a number of photographs of her son as she was blinded by the flash of strobe lights from still cameras and the bright television lights. She told us, "I don't know how the person lured my son, unless it was a person he knew, or it had to be more than one person." In fact, it would come out later that many of the victims shared long-lasting connections to Dahmer. The nearly 4,500 pages of information released Wednesday showed that police found out through questioning of friends and relatives of Dahmer's victims that a few of the victims knew him for months before being killed. The file showed that Henry Smith, the brother of Dahmer victim Edward W. Smith, 28, reported his brother had introduced Dahmer to him during the summer of 1989 or 1990. Other friends of Edward Smith told police they had seen the two together various times before Smith's June 22, 1990 death, the investigative reports said. Various friends and relatives of Dahmer victim Tony A. Hughes, 31, reported that Dahmer and another man had been looking for Hughes at various times in 1989 and 1990, the report said. The reports also show that a woman who knew Dahmer victim Joseph Breithoft, 25, told police that Breithoft and Dahmer knew each other for 1 to 2 years before Breithoft's July 19, 1991 death. Meeting Breithoft at the bus stop near Marquette University, we are again told he paid cash for photos, and his father of a 3-year-old would go back to Dahmer's apartment to have sexual relations with him. Drugged, strangled, and dismembered is what we are told happened to this victim as well. We are told Dahmer never wanted to kill, he just wanted people to stay. All the while, his shrine grows, mounting skull after skull. Nor were these ritual killings, when Dahmer would later save certain organs to cannibalize for them to be a part of him forever, and save their skulls for the shrine he was to gain power from. We are told most of these men were seduced by the meager rate of $50 to make porn of themselves with a complete stranger, and would also engage in homosexual acts with the photographer when they themselves either had girlfriends or wives and had children of their own. Tracy Edwards would be no exception.
On July 22, 1991, Jeffrey Dahmer approached 30-year-old Tracy Edwards at a shopping mall. Dahmer invited him back to his apartment for a drink.
He was just a friendly, nice, kind person at that point. You could tell he had a beer or two, you know. He was a little intoxicated, yeah. He didn't want to go through the front for some reason. He said, well, let's walk through the back, it's quicker. Then as soon as I step into the apartment, it's like a foul odor in the room, like in the hallway, period. Not just his apartment, it was like all over the complex, you know. I smelled it, I said, God, man, what's that smell? He said the sewer line broke and the management's supposed to have been taking care of it, you know. And then he said, do you want a rum and coke? You know, he kept insisting that I'll drink a rum and coke, you know. So I said, really, I don't want that much liquor, but I'll take a little bit, you know. I think that saved me, you know, because I didn't drink the liquor. He had put something in it or whatever, you know. Then I started getting uncomfortable then. He said, yeah, we'll go in a minute. Let me down these beers or something. Let me drink one more beer. And then he started talking about his fish in the aquarium at that point. And all of a sudden he pops a big knife out on me in a handcuff, you know, and told me he'll kill me if I didn't do what he said to. And then I told him, why are you doing this? I thought we was friends, you know. And then he said, we are friends. All what I want to do is take nude photographs of you handcuffed, and I'll let you go. It all seemed like a dream, like it wasn't happening. He pulls my arm in back of me, and he sticks the knife up under more where my heart is in my back, you know, and he guides me to the bedroom. Then I realized what the odor was. I guess that's where he done all his victims at, you know, because it was a totally different place, you know. And it was a big blue barrel drum or whatever. It had different parts of human bodies in it. So I was just going along with it, and he would just like get quiet. He said, here, come and watch The Exorcist with me. It's the best movie they ever made. He would just like sit there in like little trances, you know, just bobbing up and down like he was getting off on the movie, you know, like he was wanting to be the character in the movie, so to speak. And then his whole like character changed, his feature, his face structure, you know, it just looked plain evil. I want you to stay with me forever. This is what he told me, you know. And then I said, well, I'll try to. Well, he said, I know you will, because the things I'm going to do to you, you'll be my best one yet. He said, you'll look more beautiful than the others, you know. Yeah, and then he said he'll eat my heart, because that way I would become a part of him and he would become a part of me, you know. So I just like hit him, and he kind of felt back like, you know, because he was a little bit intoxicated anyway from drinking, I guess. And he kind of staggered back, sitting on the couch like, and I ran towards the door. And then he only had one lock on the door, and for some reason I grabbed the right lock and got out of there.
Tracy Edwards returned with the police, who found evidence of Dahmer's crime everywhere.
They were scuffling with him, but he howled like an animal that I had never heard before, just a loud, screeching, unhuman.
The 6 hours that changes the course of Jeff's life forever, he cannot recall a single moment of. Howling and screeching as he was taken into custody, his shrine would be dismantled, and his crimes would soon be displayed for all to see. The Milwaukee Cannibal was born. They were going to find everything, so Jeff decides to confess against any defense lawyer's wishes. In total, Jeff would confess to 17 killings, though he would only be charged for 15. And only 11 victims' remains were found in the apartment. Besides the head, face up in the fridge in a cardboard box, next to an open box of baking soda, in the freezer compartment were 2 human hearts in Ziploc bags, one partially cut open but intact, the other cut into 4 pieces. In the living room, there was also a portable top-opening chest freezer, and in it they discovered 3 more skulls neatly tied in triple-wrapped garbage bags, a skeletonized torso, another human heart, this one cut into 2 pieces. Dahmer said he'd intended to eat the hearts, which didn't explain their partial dissections. 9 pieces of skeletal muscle, no skin attached, the largest about 10 by 2 inches. 5 pieces of lung tissue, 5 pieces of a liver, 2 kidneys, a left and a right, adrenals, a gastrointestinal tract, and a bag containing 31 small pieces of skin, mostly cut into rectangles. In the hall closet, an iron kettle held 2 decomposed hands and a penis, while above it on a shelf were 2 more skulls. A sliding door to Dahmer's bedroom had a set of locks, but on the outside, suggesting not security, but a prison. Framed photos and posters of naked men were on the wall near his bed, and elsewhere in the room were gay pornographic magazines and videos. On the bed itself, its black linen and mattress bloodstained, rested a blood-stained Polaroid camera. Under the bed was a large knife, just where Edwards said it would be. To the side was a sealed blue 55-gallon drum. When the medical examiner's office opened it, they found 3 headless, skeletonized torsos preserved in formaldehyde. An inspection of his dresser drawers found more photos. Corpses in various stages of mutilation, including a man sliced open neck to groin. Body parts posed on the black table that was in the living room. And graphic homosexual acts, some involving bondage. In a laptop computer box, police found 2 more clean skulls, and a photo album with neatly displayed and cataloged pictures of victims. A filing cabinet's top drawer hid 3 skulls spray-painted gray. Its bottom drawer had a cleaned, dissected skeleton, an intact scalp and hair, and a black man's genitals painted a Caucasian flesh tone. They also found ether, chloroform, acetone, formaldehyde, ethyl alcohol, and 4 large boxes containing muriatic acid, a diluted form of hydrochloric acid, Clorox, Lysol spray, odor sorb, and Woolworth brand pine solvent, prescription tranquilizers including Halcyon, and near the sofa, a newly purchased electric 3/4-inch drill and a handsaw with 5 detachable blades. When police led Dahmer away, a neighbor said he heard him meowing. Another described it as a screeching I'll never forget. It was terrible. It almost made me throw up.
I'd like to make a statement in regarding this gentleman.
The Dahmers?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I get this inner feeling that this man has been an evil man, that he was responsible for his son's actions, and he was too busy being busy. He did not take enough time to listen from Wayhoo to up there.
I'm sure you've heard this before, Lionel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's what I feel, and the first wife was, I think,
part of this.
Yes.
What audience? Who thinks this is wrong? Who thinks this is right? Lionel, what has been your response to defend that point of view?
I'm just shocked from what I just heard. I don't even know how to. I don't even know how to respond.
Okay, that is Jeff's time at the Oxford. The next part should be the last in the series, but that does not mean Dahmer will not get coverage in the future. If any more info comes to light, I will of course share that. Also, the case has so many aspects worthy of discussion, so look out for videos about specific details in the case. If there are any details I left out, please let me know in the comments. If anything here was new to you, which is my aim, to spread this info to new people, also let me know in the comments what your reaction is to any of the details that stood out to you. I know a few details that I didn't mention is the death of Dean Vaughn, who lived above Dahmer and was murdered. The crime is still unsolved, and of course there is speculation that Dahmer had a hand in it. This may be true, but there is no proof for or against it that I am aware of. Also, the possible connection to Joachim Dressler, a man who was found guilty of the murder of James Madden after Madden's body parts were found scattered in Racine County, the bags the body parts were found in being led back to Dressler. A search of Dressler's home yielded films. Having footage of others being killed for the purpose of filming it in 1990 was extremely suspicious given the nature of obtaining this kind of footage. To this day, the reality of snuff films is played down or outright denied. Yet time and again we see glimpses of the market for murder on film pop up in cases like this. Dressler was arrested in August 1990, and his trial was ongoing when Dahmer was arrested. Given the proximity between the two killers and the nature of their crimes, the possibility was raised these two may be connected. It was found the company that Dressler worked for as an elevator repairman had serviced both the Ambrosia Chocolate Factory and the Oxford Apartments, but Dressler was not recorded as the man who serviced either of these sites. With that, it seems the connections between the two end. If I'm leaving anything out, please let me know in the comments. Next video we will cover Jeff's confession and the credibility-shattering mistakes that Dahmer makes about his own life and crimes. We have discussed many of Dahmer's crimes in these videos, and the details in them alone that show serious doubt in the story we have been told. But his confession is of another level. As many of the details of his crimes come straight from his confession, this is a foundational document that is one of the core reasons Dahmer did not have a normal trial, but instead had an insanity trial, showing that Dahmer's confession is flawed beyond repair, and indeed the opposite of what all those at the MPD have to say, will help in understanding how different the reality of the case is versus the story they have been repeating for 30 years. And of course I have to mention the confession was not recorded by the detectives, but was dictated from their memory of what Jeff said, and in going over it, if anything was incorrect, they would make little changes, whatever that means.
So you have to go over it and just show that if it's correct, right? And if it isn't, then they make little changes.
Odd enough that in the 90s the detectives chose to waste many hours on the clock that could have been saved simply by recording the confession of such a high-profile case, but instead chose not to. Of course, it's not that they couldn't, as it seems everyone else did indeed record their conversations with Jeff, including his own father, who wasted no time in buying a recorder and figuring out how to record his personal prison phone calls with Jeff, which took 30 years to release, though only partly through the edits of Fox. Same goes for the tapes of Dahmer's talks with Wendy Patricus, which took almost as long and was also released through the edits of an entertainment company. Many more conversations that were had with Dahmer were recorded and have yet to be released, but the most important conversation that Jeff would ever have was not recorded, though it was common police procedure to record any interviews or confessions with suspects. We will also discuss the trial that again was largely built off of Jeff's confession and his admittance of guilt, even though Jeff would have a hard time proving his own guilt, as will be shown by the confession. Sure, the bodies may be stacked in his apartment, but that does not mean he acted alone, much like the bodies that were stacked in John Wayne Gacy's house, but as it has been shown, he was in no way a lone killer. Read Eye of the Chicken Hawk. After the killer with unignorable flaws in his memory was found guilty and sane, he would be sent off to prison where multiple attempts on his life were made, one of which was successful, only because the guards went against protocol and abandoned Jeff with a violent prisoner, who brutally beat Jeff and another prisoner, Jesse Anderson, to death.
Your Honor, it is over now. This has never been a case of trying to get free. I didn't ever want freedom. Frankly, I wanted death for myself.
Welcome to Jeffrey Dahmer MKULTRA and the Occult Part 4, where we will cover Jeff's confession, his trial, and his death. The statements given about this confession, how it was completely truthful, and Jeff just wanted to get everything out there, and it was so accurate with all the details he gave, is simply false, and really a blatant lie for anyone who has actually read this document. So, what does his initial confession state? I'm going to jump in here because it might get a little boring looking at page after page of his confession, and I have to show you the exact pages so no one can doubt what I'm saying. Now again, a lot of things are discussed in the confession, and if they are important they will surely be mentioned, but there is much to be left in the background. Here we want to focus on the murders, and the details Jeff gives that are supposed to prove his guilt. If he, and he alone, committed these crimes, the discrepancies should be kept to a minimum, as he simply has to recall his own memory. This is not what happens, of course, as Jeff will request day after day to speak with detectives with new details that makes you wonder how he forgot those details in the first place, and how exactly it only occurred to him later to mention these details. Some literally including the murders he's only supposed to have committed just weeks ago. Anyway, let's get into it. What does his very first confession, before any of the revisions, say? He lists out 11 different killings, though the details are vague and no names are mentioned. He confesses he killed a 19-year-old when he was 18 back in Bath, Ohio. They had sex, and when the man wanted to leave, he killed him with a barbell upon a single strike. He then went to the Army for 3 years, and upon being discharged, he stayed in Florida for a year where nothing happened. He confirms this timing 3 more times, saying he left Florida for Ohio in March 1982. Even though in Lionel's book it states he was arrested in September 1981, in his mugshot for an unexplainable reason states July 1981, Bath, Ohio. But let's stick with the very first confession for now. After leaving Florida, he moved to Milwaukee to live with his grandma, where he was around 23, making it by or past May 1983, when he would move in with his grandma in West Allis. He then mentions killing a man at the Ambassador, where he woke up to find him bleeding from his mouth. From here, Dahmer's killing spree began. Though before he gets to the rest of the killings, he wanted to specify that not all of his sexual encounters with men were violent, and that he had plenty of consensual encounters with no violence. Continuing on, he would state that he took the man in the basement of his grandmother's house, where he would dismember him by the floor drain. He would do the same with his next victim about 2 months later, an 18-year-old Hispanic male he drugged and dismembered and threw in the trash. A month after this, he strangled a 20-year-old mulatto he met at La Cage and again dismembered him in the basement of his grandmother's and smashed his bones with a sledgehammer. A whole year would go by and his next victim would be a 19-year-old Hispanic male. Next, he would move into apartment 204 in the residence located at 808 North 24th Street. After, as Jeff would say, taking pictures of a minor, he would spend a year on work release from the House of Corrections. Next, after 6 months at his grandmother's house, he would finally move into 213 at the Oxford. Both of Dahmer's apartment numbers equate to 6, by the way. And of course, the room Dahmer is interviewing in, room 411, equates to 6 as well. Wintertime rolls around, and Dahmer would take his first victim at the Oxford, a 24-year-old black man he met in front of the bookstore. He would take him to the apartment, drug him, and stab him in the neck, dismembering him in the bathtub, and then taking the defleshed bones and acidifying them in a plastic container. 3 days later, taking the liquid and dumping it down the toilet. Of course, bone fragments would remain, and the acid would damage the pipes, but let's continue. 2 months later, he would meet a 20-year-old black man, drugging, dismembering, and disposing of him. 1 month later, at the C'est La Vie, he would take a 26-year-old black man home and victimize him as well. 6 months later in Chicago, now he would meet a 20-year-old black man, taking him home on the bus. But before this, he would meet a Chinese male at the mall, 15 years old, in May or June. Taking a bus back to the apartment, he would have the boy pose for photos before drugging and dismembering him as well, doing the same with the 20-year-old black male from Chicago. The head in the fridge gets no timeline, just that he was 25 years old and he met him on the streets. As of the recording of the confession, Jeff states he bought the 57-gallon drum a month ago and began placing body parts in it. On exactly July 19th, 1991, he met a white male around 25 years old near Marquette University. After having sexual relations with him, he drugged, strangled, dismembered, and acidified him. The head in the fridge could be identified by the ID of his that Jeff carried in his wallet, even though earlier Jeff stated he destroyed all of the IDs. The white male he met at the bus stop also had his ID in Jeff's possession back at his apartment. His last attempted victim, he would pay $20 to come back to his apartment for photos. After placing a handcuff on one of the man's wrists, he ran out and alerted the police. Quote, subject states he is not sure what happened next because he was drunk. And so goes Jeff Dahmer's very first confession, taken during a period of around 6 hours the night of his arrest, starting at 1:30 a.m. and ending at 7:15. Doesn't seem too off from what actually happened, right? Some of the discrepancies could be blamed on his drunkenness, perhaps? No. Though Dahmer turned over from requesting a lawyer to going against his lawyer's advice and confessing, his wish to put the truth out on the table would be hindered by the fact Dahmer can't remember what he did. The order in which events happened for Jeff is so out of accordance with the supposed true events, they could not be blamed simply on his chronic alcoholism. Starting off, he puts the killing of Steve Tuomi, the man he only remembers for being the one he killed at the Ambassador, in the summer of 1984, making the preceding events short by 3 whole years. Placing this in the summer also takes the following murders out of the month they truly happened in. The first 3 murders that happened while he was staying at his grandmother's house would now be placed in the heat of summer versus the snowfall of winter. The murders were also out of order as he puts Sears, which as he called the mulatto, before the Hispanic male he killed a year later, which we could presume would be Richard Guerrero. In reality, of course, Dahmer is supposed to have killed Tuomi in November 1987, James Doxtator in January 1988, and Richard Guerrero in March 1988. He also skips over the first 2 victims at the Oxford, one of which was a person Dahmer photographed extensively and knew for weeks or months. He also put his stay at the 808 Apartments for an entire year, but we will go over that shortly. The killing of Ernest Miller, who we can identify by the way in which he was killed, that being a cut to the neck, was placed by Jeff in the winter of 1989 when he was in reality staying in the House of Corrections at that time. Again, Jeff doesn't mention a single name throughout the entire confession. If the detectives never came up with a single name, they would be left with a bunch of John Does in Dahmer's apartment, aside from the ones that had their IDs kept by Dahmer. He also places his stay in Florida for a whole year, when in reality it was supposedly only a few months. Although Jeff may have had some flawed memories here and there, he can truly assure us that no such activity happened in Florida or in Germany, even though Dahmer completely forgets to mention the body he found behind the dumpster of the sub shop he was working at. And he also forgets to mention more than a few victims. Most clearly Jeremiah Weinberger, who Dahmer had killed only weeks ago and had formed a bond with within the short time that he knew him. The reason for this level of forgetfulness I will leave to your discretion, but it gets worse. Here's a quote from Lionel Dahmer's book, A Father's Story. On the very first day of his new life, Jeff approached a 13-year-old Laotian boy named Somsak Sinthanson and took him to his new place, apartment 204 on North 24th Street in Milwaukee. And we are very aware of what happens next. Dahmer, on the other hand, maybe not so much. He places his stay at the 808 Apartments not lasting a single day, as Lionel might have it, but an entire year. How can one confuse a single day for an entire year? The next day on the 24th, less than a day later, this would be one of the details that Dahmer changes. He then states he stayed there 6 months to a year. When exactly it became a single day is unclear in the confession, but many other things begin to change as well, as we will see. After the initial 6-hour confession, he wanted to sit and talk with the detectives a little more, where we get the statement from Jeff that he felt he last seen his father in 1979. I thought this might be a typo and it was supposed to be 1989, but even this would mean that Jeff completely blanked out on the Thanksgiving he supposedly spent with Lionel and Sherry at his apartment in 1990. But no, Murphy repeats this date on the stand in his testimony. In the same confession, we again get Jeff confirming he and Hicks had sexual relations and he killed Hicks with a single strike of the barbell. Normally these would be indelible events in most people's minds, you know, whether you had sex with someone and well, for most this won't apply hopefully, but the method with which you killed someone, probably details most would find hard to mistake. But Dahmer apparently did so, changing his story less than 24 hours later from having sex with Hicks to not having sex with Hicks. A few days down the road, he would even change the single strike with a barbell to him hitting him with the barbell and then strangling him. I'm not exactly sure how you might one day be confident in the fact that you struck someone and with the single blow killed them to strangling them, but again, Dahmer was just so thorough. Everyone just had to believe him. Still on this same conversation taking place the night of his arrest, he again states he stayed in Florida for an entire year. He then states he stayed in Bath for 4 months before moving into his grandma's in Milwaukee, placing this move in June or July of 1982 when, in reality, he moved there in December of 1981. Winter weather and the atmosphere of the holidays was once again confused with the warm days of summer. But soon after this, Jeff calls it a night and was soon taken to the city jail at 10:30 a.m., meaning the detectives sat with Dahmer for 9 hours straight, and this is the information that they got. This is how Dahmer's first ever confession is rendered. In a time in which he sat with detectives for 9 hours in total, he gets key details completely wrong. In 9 whole hours, he forgets to mention 6 of his victims. 9 hours. And on top of that, he was given coffee and cigarettes, which are both nootropics and stimulants. Higher energy, more focus, and better access to memory, which we know Jeff has a problem with. In all that time, he somehow manages to forget a person he killed just weeks ago. I'll try not to repeat myself too much, but I really want to stress how important that is because, as we will see the next day, Dahmer sits down with detectives and somehow remembers all the rest of the victims. After the last talk, Dahmer was taken to the city jail. So from here on, he would request to speak with the detectives, and they would have to drop what they were doing to come to speak with him. As per the confession, we are still on the 23rd. Dahmer requests to speak with the detectives, which initially seems like 2 more times on that day, but it is likely 2 reports from the same interview, which began at 1:15 p.m., where he states, "I've told you everything already. I have nothing to hide, so I might as well tell you about these ones I forgot." Where he states one of the victims was a 25-year-old Hispanic male he met at Carol's bar 2 weeks ago. Why it took Dahmer multiple sessions with the detectives before he could remember killing someone just 2 weeks ago, I have no clear answer for beyond speculation. He states the victim stayed with him around 2 days and he couldn't remember his name, but he thinks it may have been Tony. He also recalls another murder which took place just 5 months ago, but again, Dahmer is just now remembering this murder. Still, we have not gotten a single name except for the incorrect guess of Tony. He once again confirms he stayed in Florida for a year, and then, within a less than 24-hour time span, he changes his story to say the killings actually began in 1987 instead of 1984. And so this is how the very first day of Dahmer's confession went. We will not cover the entire confession, but we will cover the rest of the victims and the initial details Dahmer gives that, in my opinion, completely discredits him, and thus the confession should not have been used to throw out the guilt phase of the trial. With that, let's begin the second day of confessions, which begins at 8:30 a.m. the next day. Without initially detailing the month or even the year in which he killed Stephen Hicks, he later goes on to say it was in October. We know now this killing actually took place in the summer, June to be precise, and we know this was supposed to take place when no one else was home. By August, Lionel found the situation Jeff was living in and moved back into the house. By October, Jeff would be enrolled in Ohio State. In less than 24 hours, he would also change his tune on the sexual interaction he claimed he and Hicks had, confirming that he indeed did not have sex with Hicks. But for now, he still sticks with the single strike of the barbell being the death of Stephen Hicks. And as I have actually just read, the barbell story only changes when the name of Hicks is actually produced, which is on the 26th, 3 days after Jeff's initial confession. This is after the detectives produced the name Stephen Hicks, to which Dahmer confirmed that that was the victim's name because you never forget your first. This is after he was unable to recall his name for the first 3 days and never produced the name himself. They then showed him a, quote, reproduction of the photograph of Stephen Hicks, where Dahmer definitively confirmed he was the man. We all know the shape the facts of the case took on later in the books and shows and documentaries, but this all comes after drastic changes to Jeff's initial story. We went over his initial confession, but most of the details come the next day on the 24th. At approximately 4:20 p.m., we sat with Jeffrey in room 407 of the Detective Bureau and gave him cigarettes, coffee, and soda, and questioned him regarding the Polaroid photographs that he had taken of the homicide victims in an attempt to make identifications of these individuals and to establish an order of the homicides and what had actually occurred. Mr. Dahmer stated that he would be glad to cooperate in any way. So begins the 9 pages of Jeff's confession on the 24th that begets the entire list of victims that for whatever reason Jeff could not remember the day previous, again forgetting about murders he committed just weeks before. We are not going to go into the minute details, but we will follow the timeline laid out for us by Jeff. There is plenty in this confession that simply goes against what we already know, but on the surface there is plenty to discredit his statements. One day in the future I might do an entire video going over the confession, but for now we will go over the incredible mistakes Jeff makes about his own life. In this 9-page confession, his timeline is initiated in 1984 or 1985 with the death of Tuomi, but slowly the timeline begins to match towards the end of his killing spree. Still, large discrepancies linger as he states he killed his first victim at the Oxford 2 months after his arrival, when in reality it was within less than a week of him moving in. There is no mention of the previous relationships he had with certain victims, and he offers no names as he cannot recall them, and only confirms victims and names after detectives produce more information. The facts would then begin to take on a certain shape after Dahmer took responsibility for the murders of multiple missing people. Though the initial details were far from the truth, the detectives determined those discrepancies were small enough to look over. Getting dates wrong, confusing a day for an entire year, offering no names and confusing winter for summer on multiple occasions. He would change key details in a short span of time and completely forget to mention the multiple homicides he was supposed to be responsible for. 6 of the victims go unmentioned, these offenses being committed just weeks ago. Why the wait? Why was this information not readily available to the man who just committed these offenses? During a 9-hour time span, Dahmer couldn't account for things he did as drastic as murder. How do we account for that? How do we account for him confusing his less than a day stay at the 808 for an entire year? Alcohol can affect memory, but I've never heard of it expanding a day into an entire year. How do we account for Dahmer forgetting all of the interactions he had with his father over the years, and his last known memory of being with Lionel dating back to 1979? I could make a whole video going over all of the odd and inconsistent details I found within the confession, but I think this is enough to show that the idea that Dahmer was so prodigious in his ability to recall the crimes, and he just felt the weight of the burden to confess, not even for the families, but for his own selfish desire to clear his conscience, is false. He may have wished with all his desire to confess, but in 9 whole hours he could not come up with the most relevant details that would be hard to explain how they would escape him in that time span. But of course, each time the detectives would go away and come back, Dahmer had remembered new details. Let me know what you think so far. Why do you think Jeff's memory is so flawed? How he was unable to come up with these details in 9 whole hours? And another odd thing, why was the confession not taped but instead selectively written down by the interviewing detectives who interviewed Dahmer for over 60 hours? Imagine the things Dahmer said in those hours that will never be heard. Surely key details were divulged that we will never be privy to. Regardless, what is on paper is enough to raise suspicion as high as it goes in regards to Jeff's full and total responsibility for each and every one of the crimes he says he committed. One last thing before we move into the trial, which skipped the guilt phase as Jeff's flawed confession served to prove that he was the guilty party for each of the bodies in his apartment. He and he alone was responsible by his own admission. So the part where they actually look into every aspect of the case to determine who was guilty, yeah, they just skipped that part. But anyway, the thing I want to mention located in the confession has to do with the death of Ernest Miller. If you will remember, Miller is killed more violently than the others. Jeff stabbed him in the neck, and as previously described, this would have made a mess. Well, not that long after this man's death, Lionel and Sherry were given a tour of Jeff's apartment on Thanksgiving in 1990, and they claimed the place was spotless. Well, as it turned out, blood still stained the walls and mattress at the time of Jeff's arrest. Who does this blood belong to? Well, none other than Ernest Miller. How can Jeff's apartment be said to have been spotless when the blood of the man he killed almost a year ago still stained the walls upon his arrest? Of course, Lionel and Sherry had to say that there was nothing there, when Jeff's own confession and the physical evidence of his statement that there was indeed blood on the wall completely disproves their claim. What do you think? Are they lying? Did they know more than they say? All of Jeff's behavior right under their noses. I mean, dang, the smell and the blood on the wall, well, they just didn't notice it, I guess. And one other thing I want to mention before we move into the trial is something I only recently noticed. Do we recall when Sopa testified and said he checked on the smell for the first time in August 1990? In this same statement is when he places the incident where the police were called and actually kicked down the door of another tenant, that it was related to them trying to find the source of the smell. As far as we can tell, this all happened in August. They make no mention that the police came sooner, or in late May or early June when Dahmer's last victim might have actually still been in the apartment. Yet in multiple sources when this incident is mentioned, where the police kicked down the door to another tenant simply because the smell was so clearly the smell of death, Jeff is stated to have been in the middle of cutting up one of his victims or had half a torso in the tub. Notice how they never say the victim either when they easily could, as by that time there are only 2 victims, Cash D and Eddie Smith, but these guys were killed in May, when as it is stated at the time of this event, which is by all indications placed in August, Dahmer had a body in the tub. Again, no mention of who it is, it's just a body. Well, as we know, Dahmer did not kill anyone in August. If everything here is true, then that means an entire victim has never been identified or acknowledged all of this time. That is, if Dahmer is being truthful in his statement that there was indeed a body in his tub. Maybe I'm reading it wrong and this is all just one big misunderstanding. And the police did indeed come in May or June, but again, no mention is made that they came that early. But whenever they do come, Dahmer has a body in his apartment. Anyway, I just had to point that out. We will now move into the trial that is largely built upon the confession you just seen. Like I said, I figured it would be boring to just stare at page after page, but now we will go back to our regular style. Okay, I need to make a clarification as I just reread the confession and I got some numbers confused. There were 11 different bodies found in Jeff's apartment, but Jeff actually confessed to 12 separate killings, not 11. Each part of the text that is highlighted is a separate victim. I never want to spread false information, so if I get anything wrong, like this part, I'll make sure to set the record straight.
We found 3 skulls that were spray painted with this gray granite-like texture paint, and I was impressed with how professional they looked, and it was hard for me to conceive of these being skeletonized remains because they didn't appear to be that. And it wasn't until my assistant, Dr. Taggart's, had taken out his pocket knife and removed some of the paint that we could see on the teeth. We could actually see that there was enamel on the teeth. And that was the first time that I fully realized that we had additional 3 bodies because those were, human skulls.
While Jeff was finding a way to confess and remembering new details with each new conversation with detectives, the remains in his apartment were being analyzed to confirm the identities of the victims. Again, never offering a name himself, Jeff simply confirmed or denied his involvement with the person the detectives presented to him. Many of the skulls in the apartment were tied to the dental records of some of the missing victims. 7 skulls were found, leaving 4 of the remains to be identified by other means. Fingerprints were taken from those who could not otherwise be identified by dental records, and wouldn't you know, they were able to identify remains via fingerprint analysis of weeks to months old corpses. Findings today prove this task to be beyond challenging, yet somehow back in 1991, they managed the impossible. Dahmer also managed the impossible, as the items found in Jeff's apartment list many chemicals harmful to humans without the proper equipment, the most obvious being muriatic acid. Yet not once is any personal protective equipment listed among Dahmer's possessions, making it extremely improbable Dahmer could have used these chemicals in the sense they claim he did. Regardless, all of this went unquestioned as Dahmer had the bodies in his apartment, so he and he alone must be guilty. I will now go through the events that took place in court, but fair warning, I am no legal expert. Anyway, let's begin with Jeff's first appearance in court. 3 days after Jeff's arrest, he makes his first appearance in court. By now, most of Jeff's confession has been rendered, and many of the victims identified. Sat next to Boyle, Jeff simply acknowledges the charges brought against him.
Mr. Dahmer, you're charged with 4 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. If convicted of each of those counts, you face a term of life imprisonment. You're also charged with habitual criminality. That would add an additional 10-year penalty to each count upon conviction. Do you understand that?
I understand, Your Honor.
On August 6th, 15 days after Jeff's arrest, Gerald Boyle determines the evidence gathered is not necessary and, as he says, it should be released to the discretion of Dr. Jensen.
That would be waived, obviously, if there is nothing there to test, that he wishes to have those parts released and not be retained. I would furthermore state for the record that I had this date contacted. If one reads the criminal complaint, much of the identification is done by a forensic odontologist. I am confident that that odontologist has retained sufficient information for which somebody in the future need be, or if that time ever came, can review his work product, determine whether or not he is correct in his conclusions and opinions. I have no reason at this time to proffer why Dr. Jensen has to retain anything further, and obviously, therefore, they can use their own discretion in returning whatever they wish to return to the members of the family. Thank you.
I'm no legal scholar in any way, but from what I gather and what I've read, this is effectively discontinuing further study of the physical evidence and sticking with what was already discovered. With the confession and Jeff's admittance of acting alone by this time, this would effectively seal Dahmer into being the only perpetrator. The thing is, and again, I will stress, I am no legal expert, but it seems as though this actually violates a Wisconsin law regarding ongoing trials. By this time, Jeff has not put in any formal plea, and again, this is only 15 days after Dahmer's arrest. I'll put the law in full on screen so you can pause to read. Given that Boyle even suggested this would mean that the investigation into Dahmer's crimes were complete just 15 days after his arrest. In Dahmer's first court appearance, McCann states he hopes the investigation will be complete by the 6th, only so they can bring additional charges against Dahmer.
I do further wish to advise the court and ask leave of the court on July 6th, 1991, August 6th, 1991, to file an amended complaint. This investigation is not complete. As the court will recollect from the affidavit that was filed yesterday, there's a mention of 11 skulls. The investigation is not complete. It's continuing by the police, and it is our hope that by August 6th, 1991, we will have completed the investigation and be in a position to file an amended complaint that will contain additional counts of homicide.
After letting Dahmer make his confession and requesting the physical evidence be released, Boyle also decided to skip the preliminary hearing.
You have the right to a preliminary hearing. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Is it correct that you wish to waive or give up your right to have a preliminary hearing in this case?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Is this your signature on the form telling me that's what you would like to do?
That's my signature.
At the time that you signed this form, was it your understanding that what you would be doing this morning is giving up just your right to have this hearing and nothing else? In other words, you are not giving up your right to have a trial. Is that understood?
That's right.
The waiver of preliminary hearing has the approval of the court. Defendant is ordered bound over for trial before the circuit court.
Once again, I will stress, I am no legal expert, so I will read to you from justice.gov to explain what a preliminary trial is. Once the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, a preliminary hearing will often be held. The prosecutor must show that enough evidence exists to charge the defendant. Preliminary hearings are not always required, and the defendant can choose to waive it. It must be held within 14 days of the initial appearance if the defendant is being held in jail. If the defendant is out on bail, it must be scheduled within 21 days of the initial appearance. The preliminary hearing is like a mini trial. The prosecution will call witnesses and introduce evidence, and the defense can cross-examine witnesses. However, the defense cannot object to using certain evidence, and in fact, evidence is allowed to be presented at a preliminary hearing that cannot be shown to a jury at trial. If the judge concludes there is probable cause to believe the crime was committed by the defendant, a trial will soon be scheduled. However, if the judge does not believe the evidence establishes probable cause that the defendant committed the offense, they will dismiss the charges. Well, Dahmer's guilt is so clear that Jeff decides to skip the hearing that would explain the evidence that the prosecution would use to bring charges on Jeff. The confession would be the key piece of evidence, as Dahmer was admitting his own guilt. If the preliminary trial had been held, the confession would be looked at with more scrutiny, and maybe the obvious discrepancies might have come up, or the fact that Jeff was intoxicated upon the initial rendering of his confession. Days later, and still key details and dates are way off, and Dahmer offers no names but only confirms or denies missing persons that detectives place in front of him. Given we only have limited access to case details, surely there are things we are missing that would have been accessible to Dahmer's defense, but it seems they wanted to just get this whole thing over with, not actually determine if Jeff and Jeff alone was solely responsible for the killings. And once again, so we're clear, I am no legal expert, so if I get anything wrong or am presuming something that is not true or goes against the known processes of cases like this, let me know. I mean, I find it odd, but perhaps it's more normal than I think. Regardless, I'll continue to lay out the events as they happened, but the processes behind the events and the how and why they do the things that they do, I will not act like I am completely knowledgeable about it. September 10th, Dahmer pleads not guilty officially, though by reason of mental disease or defect.
With that in mind, I am therefore prepared to enter the following plea to each of the 15 counts as follows, pursuant to 971.061 paren B and paren D. Defendant Jeffrey Dahmer interposes a plea of not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect.
This would soon change, however, and the next time he appears in court, the trial would no longer be about guilt, but sanity.
The next matter is the matter of the guilty pleas, and it is my understanding, sir, from what your attorney has told me, that you desire to change your plea of not guilty to guilty as to each and every one of the various counts in the information. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And it is the understanding, of course, that the plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect remains. You understand that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
January 13th, Jeff enters his 15 guilty pleas. Guilty, but insane. Here is where the guilt phase of the trial has effectively been bypassed. No longer did they need to prove Dahmer guilty. Now the prosecution's job will be to prove that he was sane. I will not go through each and every person's testimony here, as this video would be hours long, though there is plenty to find in there that would raise questions about the official accounts of the case. Many of those clips I have shown to you throughout the series. What is important to know is how exactly we got here. Dahmer was found with bodies in his apartment, which he initially did not want to say a word about, but certainly Jeff was aware they would find everything after he witnessed the officers discover the head in the fridge.
I could see a police officer whom I knew. As I walked down there, I noticed that his uniform was in a totally disheveled state, besides perspiration all over, soaking through but that his Sam Browne had been twisted, and that his tie was askew, and his hair was kind of sticking up, and he was sweating profusely, and his eyes were, they were big. They were as big as saucers. Very unlike Officer Mueller. I said, Rolf, what's going on here? And all he could say to me was, go look in the refrigerator.
According to Pat Kennedy, Dahmer initially knew the trouble he was in and fact requested a lawyer.
I put my hand out, I said, my name is Pat Kennedy. Well, I said, I'm Pat, and I'm the one who's going to be talking to you about the head in the refrigerator. And at that point, he said to me, I really don't think that it's in my best interest to talk to you about this. So to me, that was kind of weird, right? Because if there are no people, it's like, hey, fuck you. I ain't saying shit, right? Yes, people will be defeated. But I had never had anyone, without saying I want a lawyer, which happens a lot, I never had anyone say it quite like that. Very polite and very to the point. Obviously, a command of the English language. I don't think it's in my best interest for me to talk to you about that.
Far from the remorseful killer we are told to believe Jeff was. In fact, Jeff would show regret, though it seems only for being caught.
That also got us into a discussion about alcoholism, because I noticed that he was drunk, and a couple of times during the thing he would blurt out, I can't believe this has happened to me. And I'd say, what are you talking about? He goes, I can't believe I'm sitting here. I can't believe I got caught. And I said, well, what did you think? He goes, well, I just got drunk. He goes, I lost control. I just got drunk. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here.
Yet suddenly, after he comes to the realization that after they found a head in his fridge, they were going to search the entire apartment, Dahmer began to comply.
So I went back in. I said, hey, Jeff, I said, our forensic guys are out at your apartment, and they're afraid. They're seeing the big five-gallon boxes that say muriatic acid, explosives, dangerous. They're seeing all the electronic devices hooked into your walls, and all of a sudden you could see the realization. He goes, you mean you're in my house, searching my house? And I said, well, if we're not, we're going to, Jeff. I said, of course. I said, there's a homicide there. We're going to go through everything in that house. 3 hours in, we had been talking, 3 hours and 10 minutes in. When he finally said, well, you're going to find out everything now. So it's no sense. I might as well tell you. So I thought, okay, great.
To anyone with common sense, this would already be known. You know, that they were going to find everything after finding a head in the fridge. But as we know, Dahmer has a criminal history, and he even tips off Kennedy to this by making references to things only those familiar with the jailhouse knew.
He started asking me, well, what'll happen to me if I don't talk to you? So I went into kind of a blasé description of our booking process. And as I was describing it, he was kind of nodding, and I could see that he was familiar with the booking process. And then he said to me, he goes, well, there be any way that I'd be able to get my own cell? And as soon as he said that, then I knew he was familiar with the booking process, right? Because the only time people get their own cell, at least in the Milwaukee Police Department at that time, is if they were completely nuts and couldn't be trusted around other people. Or if they were a juvenile and we didn't have a place to hold them until we could put them someplace, they had to be separated. Otherwise, everybody went to the bullpen, which was a disgusting place to be, right? It's stinky and it's smelly and it's packed, and you could be sitting next to a murderer as well as a drunk driver. It was just, and I picked up that he was afraid of the bullpen. And I said, tonight is a very busy night. I think every cell is full and that bullpen is packed. So you can stay here and talk to me. And already he saw that he had a cup of coffee going and the cigarettes. I said, you know, you can go.
So the question remains as to why Jeff, who was in custody for a murder after they found a head in his fridge, would suddenly turn from a non-compliant suspect who knew the workings of the legal system, likely enough to know that they would have probable cause to search the whole place and was still willing to fight from that basis, to someone who just felt the need to confess. But to what exactly, Dahmer would have a hard time saying. Given the bodies in his apartment, but the inability for Jeff to give a full account of his crimes, one might wonder if anyone else might be involved. Sure, Dahmer says he acted alone, but if you can't offer any names, and the dates you give are years away from the time the victims actually went missing, and the seasons in which you supposedly committed these murders were indeed the opposite of what you state, you know, whether there was snow on the ground or the sun was beating down on you, Dahmer had a hard time remembering. And other things, like thinking you lived in a place for a year, but in fact, as investigation would surely uncover, you only lived there for a single day. In fact, less than that. These things might raise questions about the person's ability to confess. He would completely blank out on murders he supposedly committed just weeks ago. Forgetting to mention 5, as per the new correction, 5 of his victims in a 9-hour time span where he told detectives everything he knew, only to come back the next day and begin confessing to the rest of the victims he supposedly forgot. Not sure how exactly you forget murdering someone in the same month of your arrest, but apparently Jeff did. We only have maybe an hour or 2 hours of Jeff's interviews from multiple people released to us through various sources that are edited by the media companies that release them. Jeff's initial confession with detectives, as I said, was around 9 hours. Yet that entire session went unrecorded, along with the rest of his interviews, which in total lasted over 60 hours with just these detectives alone.
You didn't tape his discussions, did you?
No, I did not.
There's no phonographic recording of them.
No, there isn't.
There is no other type of other than your typewritten notes. We have no other record of his discussions with you, Detective Kennedy, and the other officers, correct?
That's correct, other than our notes and our recollections.
Sure, I understand it. Question. 60 hours, you had not put down every single solitary question and answer on paper that was asked of Mr. Dahmer during that 60 hours.
No, we didn't.
Of course. You had to make judgment calls as to what was important, sufficiently important that you put it down when you thought it was. Things that weren't important, you didn't, right?
That's correct.
That's normal police procedure.
That's correct.
If the discrepancies shine through as they do in Jeff's written confession, through the selection and revision of detectives, imagine what went unrecorded. If we had full access to the tapes Wendy Patrick has had, or Lionel's personal phone calls with Jeff, or the interviews all of the forensic psychiatrists and psychologists had with Dahmer that were all recorded, what might we hear? Even Robert Ressler, who wasn't allowed to testify and who, correctly in my opinion, assumed Dahmer suffered from multiple personality disorder, had interviews with Dahmer that were recorded, but again, we only get a few minutes at most, during what was more than likely an interview that was hours long. Many had multiple interviews over many days, all of them recorded, but not the 60+ hours detectives sat with Dahmer. Not even a minute. But that, I suppose, is besides the point. What's important here is that in no way should Dahmer's confession have served to prove to anyone, least of all the detectives, that he was 100% responsible for the crimes. But of course, no one questioned it at the time, and in fact it was so bulletproof that Boyle had no choice. He just had to file motions and skip hearings to clear the way for the insanity trial, rather than actually determining if Jeff did everything they say, and he says he did. Of course, Jeff had a chance to stop all of this. Boyle is only counsel. He cannot make decisions for Jeff. With all that we went over here, I don't think Jeff could make decisions for himself. His memory is beyond flawed, yet his defense insists upon his guilt. He requests the release of evidence just 15 days after his client's arrest. He skips the preliminary trial in which the confession would be looked over and pleads his client guilty on all charges, effectively skipping over the guilt phase of the trial. We all know what happens next.
In a hushed courtroom in Milwaukee late today, the jury rendered its decision in one of the most grisly and widely followed murder trials in modern history. The verdict: Jeffrey Dahmer was sane when he killed and dismembered men and boys in a gruesome quest for companionship and sexual gratification.
Suddenly, I could see Jeff's insanity in everything about him. It was in his motionless face, in his dull eyes, in the hard rigidity of his body, in the way his arms did not sway back and forth when he walked, even in the expressionless way he muttered, "Sorry." Soon, Dahmer would be sent off to Columbia Correctional Institution to spend hundreds of years. The amount varies for some reason, with some saying 936 and others saying 999 years. When Dahmer arrives, he is sent into solitary confinement. Boyle and others around him predicted he would die if he was sent out into the general population. Soon they would be proven right. Though Dahmer was locked away in solitary for a time, he still had his moments of human contact. He had visits with Lionel and Sherry. In May, he would actually be extradited to the county in which he killed Hicks to plead guilty on that charge as well and gain an additional life sentence. Beyond that, it seems he would stay locked in solitary, pleading to get out for quite some time. Around 1 year after his incarceration, he would grant an interview with Nancy Glass where he would talk about many things, but most notably to myself, his missing memory and the blocks he has on his mind that prevent him from acknowledging the actions he supposedly committed.
One time I brought this young man back to the hotel room, the Ambassador Hotel. Was just planning on drugging him and spending the night with him. I had no intention of hurting him. When I woke up in the morning, he had a broken rib here, was heavily bruised. Apparently I had beaten him to death with my fists.
And you have no memory?
I have no memory of it. But that's what started the whole spree all over again.
What was the turning point for you that made you suddenly realize that you had done something terribly wrong, something you should be sorry for?
It was the night of the arrest. I have no memory of what happened during the 6 hours before the last victim ran out of the apartment. I heard a knock on the door, and the police were there with the last victim. They asked me where the key was to the handcuffs. My mind was in a haze. I sort of pointed to the bedroom, and that's where they found the pictures. And they yelled, "Cuff him." I was handcuffed, and it was just the realization that there was no point in trying to hide my actions anymore. The best route was to help the police identify all the victims and just make a complete confession.
Boy, does he come across as cold-blooded. Did you see any remorse?
Well, he says he's sorry, Bill, but I'm not sure he knows what that means. Tomorrow he talks about how he disassociated himself from his crimes and what lengths he went to hide them. When he confessed, he remembered every horrific detail of what he did to them, but he couldn't remember their names. Do you ever think about your victims?
I've often wondered why I haven't had more dreams or nightmares about what I've done. For some reason, it's like it's blocked off from part of my mind. If I dwelled on the subject all the time, I wouldn't be able to function.
In April, he was in court again, facing a civil suit from the Sentence and Phone family. In his hour-long testimony, all of which was recorded, though we once again only get a few moments edited down and released by a media company sensationalizing his crimes, he once again repeats that Konarak died right after the second injection, again going against his initial confession of strangling the boy.
Injected him with another syringe full of that dilute hydrochloric acid, and that's what killed him. I wasn't trying to kill him, but that's what happened.
Once again, if we had access to all of Dahmer's taped statements, what might we find? It's somewhere in this time, but when exactly, I'm not 100% sure, that Dahmer is released into the general population. As Boyle suggested, he wouldn't last long. When he was released into the general population, it could be presumed that Dahmer began attending the church services and would eventually end up on a work detail, but again, when exactly this starts, I have not been able to pin down. Almost a year after his civil suit, Jeff sits down with his father and Stone Phillips after Lionel has put out his own book, A Father's Story, about his perspective. In there, he makes the claims that Joyce had an over-reliance on prescription drugs, all of this in the time in which Jeff was in the womb. He detailed how she would have these fits of convulsions, and how a doctor would have to come in and physically restrain and medicate her to make Joyce relax. When asked by Stone Phillips her side of the story, and presents her with Lionel's accusation of drug abuse, he is met with complete shock.
At times, her legs would lock tightly in place, and her whole body would grow rigid and begin to tremble. During these strange seizures, her eyes would bulge like a frightened animal, and she would begin to salivate, literally frothing at the mouth.
Lionel describes a strange, undiagnosed problem. He describes it as some kind of a seizure that you developed, a proneness to seizures late in the pregnancy, where he describes it as a kind of rigidness for which you were prescribed medications. Do you remember that, and can you describe
I
it?
don't remember that at all. I can't imagine where that comes from. It isn't true. I don't.
You don't recall anything like that?
No.
Seizures or seizure-like episodes?
Absolutely not.
There's an obvious discrepancy here between what you're saying and what Lionel is saying about the nature of the pregnancy. It was difficult, you both agree, but he describes you in these states where you were, as he says, literally frothing at the mouth.
Are you serious?
The month after the interview, Jeff would be introduced to Roy Ratcliffe on April 20th, a date McGowan would have pointed out, so I will here as well. Dahmer had requested to be baptized, and though Roy was not the first contacted, he was the one that baptized Jeff. Not only that, but after they met, they would meet together weekly to study the Bible. On May 10th, 1994, 20 days after meeting Roy, Jeff would be baptized. On this same day, John Wayne Gacy would be put to death, and an annular solar eclipse would block the sun. After this, things as far as we know would be fairly normal for Jeff, for the person he was. Unbeknownst to him though, a plot was hatched 2 years ago by another man from another prison in Wisconsin who was locked up on drug charges. Doing 31 years, Osvaldo DeRuthi says he viewed it as a life sentence. Soon he saw the crimes of Dahmer on the television and watched the trial as it proceeded. He supposedly felt enraged at Dahmer and wished he would end up being sent to his prison, Walpan Correctional Institution, so he could kill Dahmer. After the trial was over and he saw Dahmer was being sent to Colombia, which was better suited to hold mentally ill prisoners, DeRuthi started to act crazy, taking pills and doing whatever he needed to do to get to the mental health unit in Colombia. After 2 whole years of this act, he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Yeah, 2 years of taking drugs that weren't meant for you might do that. And so he was sent to the Columbia Correctional Institution in June 1994. And wouldn't you know, his cell was right next to Dahmer's. Things he learned there further infuriated him. He soon found out that Dahmer was receiving $5 grand from London monthly.
What were people saying about Dahmer, though, that 2 weeks prior? Was he hated? He was not well liked, right?
No, we are not well liked. Matter of fact, people were pissed because he was receiving $5,000 every month from people from England.
Given Osvaldo was only there for a short time, it is more than certain he learned this from other prisoners. One report from March 1994 said Dahmer did indeed receive a $5,920 donation last year from a woman in London. So Dahmer received that money at least 3 months ago from the recording of the article in March, given it is not specified where in the year this donation was made. But that is being generous. It likely happened at an earlier date in 1993, as Valdo had arrived in June 1994, making it again at the very minimum 6 months ago if it was just before the new year that he received the donation. But again, it likely happened months before that time. Still, this news lingered in the prison that at minimum Jeff received one donation of $6,000, but Osvaldo said he was receiving $5,000 every month from people in England. Hard to tell if this claim is true. We have report for the one donation, and word could have spread and somehow it turned into Dahmer was receiving it monthly. This is supposing that a donation from what could have been well over a year ago sparked a rumor that he was receiving monthly donations of $5,000 from people in England, and it was never set straight. Regardless, Osvaldo's plan moved forward, and he soon shared this plan with another inmate who he knew previously, and they then planned together to kill Dahmer. But this plan would be foiled when, for some reason, Osvaldo was moved. He did know that Dahmer was Christian now, and he had hoped if he turned up to Sunday service, Dahmer would be there. On Sunday, July 3rd, 1994, Osvaldo rolled up his shirt with a makeshift shiv hidden inside the roll. The shiv would change descriptions multiple times over the different accounts. Still, in this supermax security prison, the shiv goes undetected after a light pat-down. Knowing he couldn't get the knife out in front of the guards, he feigns sickness to get permission to go to the bathroom. Hiding the shiv in his shoe on the way out, he sits directly behind Dahmer this time, as he was previously a few pews away. And in this small prison church, the guards didn't notice the advance upon Dahmer. He sits down, takes the shiv out, and puts Dahmer in a headlock and pushes his chin from his neck, leaving it exposed while he attempts to take Dahmer's life. This attempt fails quickly, however, after the makeshift knife breaks immediately. The man who supposedly faked being crazy and took prescription pills he didn't need for 2 whole years to get into the same prison as Dahmer, ultimately to kill him, utterly failed at doing so. Dahmer would not be so lucky on the next attempt.
Serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer is dead, murdered by a fellow inmate at the Columbia Correctional Institution in Portage this morning.
A corrections department spokesman says Dahmer and convicted killer Jesse Anderson were attacked while cleaning a recreational area at the prison. Anderson is at UW Hospital in serious condition. One of the 2 guards overseeing the 3 inmates reportedly left the area when the attack occurred. Officials aren't sure where the other guard was at the time. Dahmer was found in the staff's bathroom and shower area. Anderson was found in the prisoner's bathroom across the court.
One might wonder how such a high-profile prisoner could even be killed in a supermax prison. A prisoner who also faced an attempt on his life just a few months ago. Well, in the same exact day of Jeff's murder, just hours later, the state corrections secretary said Dahmer was not at undue risk, and he already determined the prison guards did nothing wrong.
We did not believe that Mr. Dahmer was at undue risk.
Dahmer was attacked this past July in what Sullivan calls an isolated incident. He says there's no indication Dahmer was a target or that prison guards did anything wrong.
It was also reported that the 2 inmates, that being Dahmer and Scarver, had not previously had any incidents before this day, but this would also be disputed. Now, Dahmer was found at 8:10 a.m., but the first responders received the call from the prison at 8:45.
At approximately 8:10 a.m., a correctional officer who entered the gymnasium with 2 inmates who were coming there to do recreation.
The Portage Fire Chief took a call to respond to the prison at 8:45 this morning. For firefighters Craig Ratz and Steve Dane, it seemed like a routine call. It ended up being
Day I'll never forget.
The emergency response teams arrive at the prison within 5 minutes.
The entire head area looked like there was blood on both patients.
That looks pretty bad, but there is no word on what they were doing in that critical 35-minute time span. It could be they tried to render aid themselves, but as it was reported, Dahmer was so battered he was unrecognizable.
The driver of the ambulance containing one of the world's worst serial killers has no idea who he is transporting.
I didn't realize it was him until after he was unloaded at the hospital. It was the first I realized who it was.
And then how did you find out?
Walking out, exiting the building, they said, "Do you realize who that was?" And I didn't.
Surely that might warrant an immediate trip to the hospital, but who's to say? We're also told that this prison had 36 monitors to oversee the activity in the prison. And in this clip, I think we get a glimpse of their setup.
This prison has nearly 36 video monitors, electronic steel doors, yet somehow 25-year-old Christopher Scarver allegedly managed to elude the elaborate security system.
Now, we know the 2 guards who were negligent in their duty left Dahmer there alone, but the initial reports do not specify the amount of time they were alone there for. Later reporting tells of these inmates being unsupervised for 20 whole minutes, with the same secretary stating there was no irregular gap in supervision. So not only did the guards who were supposed to supervise the work detail fail in their duty, but also for 20 whole minutes the man or men stationed at the monitors didn't notice anything amiss that entire time. This would be as far as the story goes for a time, with Scarver as the main suspect, but soon one guard would give his side of the story.
This veteran Columbia Correctional Prison guard is risking all to talk to Channel 12 about what went wrong the day Jeffrey Dahmer and Jesse Anderson were murdered. He says the list of mistakes is long.
Those two should have never been even housed in the same unit. A lot of being assigned to the same work crew.
He states Scarver had threatened Dahmer in the past and that his threats to Dahmer were common knowledge.
This guard says it was common knowledge that Christopher Scarver had threatened Jeffrey Dahmer in the past and can't understand why they were allowed to work together.
Scarver's on the thing, we probably got through routine of the day officer. It's not that hard to do. Found an opportunity or a lax part of security and went ahead and did with it.
He also gives the information that a director and 2 guards were watching over Dahmer, and they each together at the same time left the inmates unsupervised.
This guard says the day of the murders, security was lax. 2 guards and a director were assigned to the gym that day, but this guard tells us the director was in a back office. One of the guards was missing, and the second guard?
The officer in the bubble. My understanding, he was damaged to the music inside the bubble. So paying attention. I guess just talking on the phone with the music and had his head down.
The man in the bubble, which I presume is the observation post, was, as he says, jamming to the music. Coincidentally, all of these men were negligent at the same exact time for 20 whole minutes. He also describes the view from the guard's perspective that was in the bubble, and to me, it sounds like the guard had a window view into the shower room where Anderson was killed, and he even says the inmate was trying to get his attention, but the guard just wasn't doing his job.
There's a lot of blood. So much as blood that there was 2 handprints on the window that looked in from the officer's control bubble into the shower room. And they were up high and they ran all the way down full of blood all the way to the floor. And it was at least trying to get the officer's attention. Wasn't in the show.
He also states Scarver walked past this guard to get to Anderson without being spotted.
He says Scarver then walked past the preoccupied officer in the control bubble to get to Anderson.
Scarver also walked back to his cell without being escorted.
Scarver then had walked past the officer again in the control bubble and returned back to his housing without being escorted.
This guard also tells of 2 other inmates being held for questioning in regards to their possible involvement in the murder.
These are the men believed to have helped Scarver. Like Scarver, Roy Chester Holman and Kenneth Figures are being held in isolation and questioned about the attack.
He goes on to say these 3, Scarver, Holman, and Figures, got together the previous day in what the guard interprets as them plotting their actions for the following day.
I had a conversation for approximately half hour to an hour in depth of all of this, and then the next day they both showed up at recreation building. I really do believe it was planned.
But soon, Scarver would simply plead no contest. He and he alone was found guilty for Dahmer's death. In short, on November 28, 1994, Dahmer was killed along with another inmate, Jesse Anderson, after a director and 2 guards who were specifically tasked for the work detail all simultaneously abandoned their post and did so for 20 whole minutes. Those on the monitors were also somehow completely dubious for this 20-minute time span. Scarver, the man found guilty and held responsible for the attack, had twice walked past a guard in his attack on Anderson. This guard had a window view into the shower room Jesse was attacked in. Jesse also attempted to get help from said guard, but this went unnoticed. Scarver then walked back to his cell without an escort. Dahmer and Anderson were then discovered at 8:10 a.m., but an ambulance wasn't called until 8:45. When the first responders picked up the victim, they were unaware who it even was because, as they describe, Dahmer was so badly beaten he was unrecognizable. Dahmer died on his way to the hospital, and Anderson died a few days later. The same day of Dahmer's attack, the state corrections secretary already determined the prison guards did nothing wrong. Soon a panel would convene, and on this panel was none other than Dahmer's defense attorney, Gerald Boyle. This panel would conclude there was no conspiracy, but 4 guards did get suspended for their negligence. No further mention is made about the 2 other inmates held for questioning, and to this day we have no real motive for the killing. Scarver later did an interview where he made mention of behaviors that were unlike Dahmer, at least according to those who knew him best. So if the motives stated in his 2015 interview are true, is up to your discretion.
I wasn't shocked because I thought that Jeffrey Dahmer would end up this way.
Dahmer's father, Lionel, joins us now. Tell me, you told me that you were at work when your wife first called to say that your son had been injured, and then what happened after that?
Well, she had called and hit me with the news that Jeff had passed away.
In press conferences, some family members said Dahmer's murder is justice, but not all the relatives agree it is.
He was never mental, he was never sick, he was nothing but plain evil. And the evil is gone, and this is the will of God to me.
Well, I figure in the end, he's going to pay for what he did. So it shows today that he paid for what he did to these children out here.
Dahmer was killed and his body cremated. 2 years before his death, the Oxford was leveled and raised. 2 years after his death, and his possessions would be sold at auction and end up in the hands of a local philanthropist who immediately destroyed the entire collection. As far as we know, David is the only living member of the Dahmer family. After Jeff's crimes became national news, David changed his name and began to live in anonymity. Today, many questions still remain about the Dahmer case, and many are still unanswered. If you watched all of the documentaries on the Dahmer case, you would never come away with the information you got in this series. Some facts may overlap, of course, but where they look over discrepancies, we look deeper. And on the other side, we find an entirely new perspective, and it's from here that we can begin to see the actual shape of the case. Was Dahmer a victim of abandonment and loneliness that he had to solve by sacrificing local gay prostitutes? Or were his murders to serve an entirely different purpose? Was Jeff's altar truly part of a bizarre delusion of Dahmer's declining mental state, or was he simply following the practices of ancient religions? Was Dahmer's signs of MPD a coincidence, or was Dahmer truly suffering from this disorder and therefore faced severe abuse as a child? Did Lionel's early and deep obsession with control and his willingness to act on this urge truly subside at 12, truly reach its height when he hypnotized an unsuspecting girl from the neighborhood? Or did this deep obsession remain and have a part in Joyce's drug abuse and Jeff's condition of MPD? Did 2 of the 4 underage victims of Dahmer, all of which were prostitutes, truly work alone at the gay nightclubs without their knowledge? Or were they part of the services these nightclubs had to offer? Hosting chicken nights and having young boys live above the bar? Was Dahmer's targeting of his victims truly random? Or was there a larger reason that we are unaware of? And why were the cops so oblivious around Dahmer while also being accused of persecuting the gay and black community? How is it that every time police were in contact with Dahmer, their ability to follow protocol and use their 5 senses shut down? These are just a few of the questions that still remain and topics for future videos. But the most important question, perhaps, is did Dahmer truly act alone?
I felt that he didn't really know why he did it, but that he was sorry that he did it.
Well, that is the end of the series on Dahmer. Thank you all for watching, and thank you all for joining along. We still have plenty to do and still plenty to talk about regarding Dahmer, but also all of the other killers that will soon get their own videos. As far as I can see, I'm the only one putting out videos of this kind, but it wouldn't be possible without the groundwork laid by Patrick, who has spent years collecting a lot of the clips I use in my videos, and obviously wouldn't be possible without the work of David McGowan, who created this field of research. I would also like to shout out Josh Lamb, who helped me sort out a lot of this information when it was still new to me. And I want to thank you all for finding an interest in the channel and supporting the dissemination of this information. Still, lots to cover in the future, and I'm glad to have y'all with me along the way. If you'd like to support the channel, I have a Ko-fi page, and those are one-time donations. And I also have a Patreon, which is a monthly subscription service where I plan on putting exclusive content in the near future. Thank you for watching.
This Christmas, all that I want is world peace. But if I can't have world peace, I'd like some of those red and green M&M peanuts and a big hug. That's all.